A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I dance and skip upon my toes, I leap and pirouette. Since I discovered Lucky Strike, the happy cigarette.
Stop fiddling, folks, when buying smoke. Join in the swing to pleasure. These Luckies are a richer blend with mildness for good measure.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, this week Jack Benny boarded a plane and flew to England, where he appeared in a command performance for the royal family. Tonight, our little star is celebrating a triumphant return. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Phil, I'm waiting.
But Jackson,
Don't but Jackson me. Just do as I told you.
Oh, Jack, stop being silly.
I'm not being silly. After all, I just returned from England. I have a perfect right to expect appropriate music for my entrance. Now, go ahead, Phil.
Well, all right. Okay, fellas, Pop and Saratan.
Phil, that's pomp and circumstance. Saratan.
My boys play it backwards.
That I can believe, and I can't understand you kids. Every time I'm invited to do something special, you always...
Oh, Jack, we know it's an honor to appear before the King and Queen of England. But you weren't the only actor there.
Well, true, Mary, true. There were other talented people there, but I happened to be the only one who was knighted.
Knighted?
Yes, Don, I was the only... Oh, Don, you don't have to curtsy.
I'm not curtsying.
You're not?
No. After I eat, my stomach always droops a little.
Oh.
Jack, why didn't you tell us that while you were in England you were knighted?
Well, knighted, huh? Why didn't you tell us, Jackson? Or is it Sir Galahad Benny?
Phil, there's nothing more disgusting than a voice that's vitriolic on a breath that's alcoholic. Hey, that was pretty good. That was pretty good, wasn't it, Mary?
Yes, my lord.
Now stop.
But, Jack, you did say you were knighted.
Well, I was, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a great honor.
Oh, it is, Jack, and the ceremony is very thrilling. I once saw them knight someone in a movie. They placed the sword on his shoulder, then raised the sword over his head, and then placed it on the other shoulder.
What? What'd you say, Mary?
I said they placed the sword on one shoulder, raised it over his head, and then placed the blade on his other shoulder.
Yeah, that's funny. The fellow who knighted me tried to go straight across.
What? Jack, who did it?
I don't know. He came up from behind. I was playing my violin at the time. What a clumsy guy. He cut my A string in 3 places. But I'm certainly glad I went, even though it was only for a single performance. I'll never forget it as long as I live. What a thrill.
Hey, Dad, aren't you making a little too much fuss over a one-night stand?
What?
Me and my boys used to play one-night stands all over the country. It's nothing.
Phil, if any of your boys were able to stand for one night, it's something. Believe me.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You can stop picking on my boys. It makes them feel bad.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil. I didn't mean to hurt their feelings. I didn't know that a group of men wearing overalls, blowing into empty jugs, and turning the music with their bare feet could be sensitive. And the way they're huddled together, you think they were calling signals for a jailbreak.
Jack.
Don't stop him, Liv. 2 more jokes and he'll burn himself out.
Phil, I was going to agree with Jack. Just look at the boys in your band. Their clothes look awful.
I know, but on what Jackson pays them, they can't afford no Adrian. They get their clothes made by a guy named Herman.
Herman?
He may not be too much on style, but he's the fastest man I ever saw with a needle.
All right, so he's fast. What good is that?
What good is that? He's the only man in the world who can sew up a rip in a pool table without stopping the game.
What?
I won my last tournament by banking one off his elbow.
Well, that's the silliest thing that I... Excuse me, Mr. Harris. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, I read in the paper that you just returned from a trip to London.
Yes. In fact, I flew in Friday morning.
Well, as the plane circled Los Angeles, did you stick your head out the window?
Why, yes. Yes, I did.
Then this must be yours.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. How come all these holes are in it?
I shot it down. I thought it was a duck.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Hey, you're welcome.
I guess I can comb it so the holes won't show. Now, kid...
Wait a minute, Jack.
Huh?
Where do you come off saying that you stuck your head out of the window of an aeroplane?
Why?
In the first place, you can't even open a window on an aeroplane.
Mary, Lucky Strike pays me $10,000 a week to be funny, not technical. I hope that'll satisfy your natural prying tendencies. Now, kid, come in. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Boy, it's sure good to see you again. Welcome home.
Oh, you missed me, huh?
Yeah. How are things in Palm Springs?
Palm Springs? Dennis, what makes you think I was in Palm Springs?
I saw a picture of him in the paper shaking hands with the King of England.
Dennis, how...
Mary, please, let me take it. Dennis, you say you saw a picture of me shaking hands with the King of England.
Uh-huh.
Well, then what in the world makes you think the King of England was in Palm Springs?
Why not? He can afford it.
That kid drives me nuts. How I stay 39, I'll never know. Mary, you can have him now.
Well, I don't know what to say to him.
Ask him anything. Ask him why he was late, like it says on page 7.
Okay. Dennis, why were you late for the broadcast?
My answer won't make sense.
Why not?
I'm on page 5.
Now cut that out! And put down that portable radio. I don't care if you do like Tallulah Bankhead. Now, kids, let's get on with
Mr. Benny.
What now?
Did you hear the joke I told on my program last night?
Which one?
Well, a fella says to me, Dennis, do you know how they fill those tubes with toothpaste? And I said, yeah. First they put the cap on the top, and then they open up the bottom and inject 3 1/4 ounces of toothpaste into the tube for the small size, or 5 ounces for the large size. And then they clamp the bottom together and seal it with a hydraulic press.
Dennis, where's the laugh in that?
Colgate pays me $5,000 a week to be technical, not funny.
Dennis, come here a minute.
What?
Did you ever hear the story of William Tell?
No.
Good, good. Now close your eyes and put this apple on your head.
Like this?
Yes. Now don't move. Hold still, Dennis. Oh, darn it. I hit the apple. Oh, well, let's get on with the show. Dennis, sit down while I introduce our guest star.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce a young lady who was not only the guest star on my opening television show, but who also appeared at the Command Performance in London. And here she is, Dinah Shaw. Well, Dinah, you certainly look rested after our long plane trip.
Thanks, Jack, and you look much better, too, now that you got it back.
Yes, some duck hunter shot it down. Dinah, you know everybody.
Oh, sure. Hiya, kids.
Hello, Dinah.
Gee, Dinah, that's a beautiful dress you're wearing.
Oh, thanks, Mary. I bought it while I was overseas. I visited Paris for a couple of days.
Well, it certainly looks smart. What shop did you get it at?
Le Main Boucher Frères en Rue de la Paix.
Oh.
Where'd you get that dress you're wearing?
La Eastern Columbia Broderie at... No.
Oui.
But, Dinah, I just can't get over how smart your dress looks.
Thank you, Mary.
The way the skirt flares around your knees, the way it fits around your hips and clings to your waist, and how snug it is.
Come on, girls. Look, break it up.
No. This is exciting.
I don't care how exciting it is. Dinah isn't here to talk about fashion. As a matter of fact...
Excuse me, Jack, but I think there's a draft in here. Would you mind closing the door?
A draft?
Yes, there's a chill wind coming in from the northeast.
How can you tell the wind is from the northeast?
By the weather vane on Dennis's head.
Dennis, take that arrow off your head. You see, that was a game that Dennis and I were playing.
Fine game. A man can get killed.
Yes. Now, Dinah, I'm sure everybody would like to hear you sing, so how about doing a number?
Okay, Jack. Dennis and I rehearsed a song that I recorded in the album with the original cast from Irving Berlin's show, Call Me Madam.
You and Dennis rehearsed it? What's the name of it?
Well, the title is You're Just in Love, and Dennis takes the first chorus.
Well, good. Let's hear it.
Twinkling in my eyes, I wonder why.
You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange good night. Your heart goes pitter-patter. I know just what's the matter because I've been there once or twice. Put your head on my shoulder. You need someone who's older. Rub down with a velvet glove. There is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love. You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange good night. Someone who's older, rub down with a velvet glove. There's nothing you can say to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love. We're just in love.
Dinah, that was wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Thank you, Jack.
I was pretty good, too.
Yes, Dennis, of course you were.
Well, then why didn't you compliment both of us?
Well, because Dinah's our guest and you sing here every week. Does that explain it?
Trouble with you is you don't understand me.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Now go sit down.
Thank you.
Now, Dinah.
Yes, Jack.
I'm awfully glad you're on the show today because we're going to do a very... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Barry. This is Rochester.
Rochester, what did you call for?
Well, this afternoon, a little kitten came to the door and looked hungry, so I gave it some milk, and now it doesn't want to leave. Is it all right if we keep it?
Rochester, I'm in the middle of a program. Do you have to call me for that? What do we need for a cat for, anyway?
Well, we could keep it to catch mice.
Now, don't be silly, Rochester. There are no mice in Beverly Hills.
I know, but we may get some tourists from Encino.
Well, look, what kind of a cat is this? Is it a Persian?
I think it's part Persian.
What's the other part? Angora?
A little of that.
Siamese?
Some.
Well, Rochester, is it male or female?
Boss, you pay me $25 a week to be a butler, not to be technical.
Well, look, Rochester, I don't think that we should... Rochester, does that kitten jump up on the piano keys? Rochester, who's that playing Love and Bloom?
The cat. You left the music on the piano.
What?
Shall I throw him out?
No, maybe Phil can use him. He's better than Bagby. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, kitty, play my melancholy baby.
I'm sorry we were interrupted, Dinah. You see, Mary, where's Dinah? Don, where's Mary?
While you were talking on the phone, they stepped out in the hall.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we got to do a program here. Don, go get them.
Dennis, go out in the hall and...
Don, if I wanted Dennis to go, I would have asked him myself. I asked you. Now go get them.
But, Jack, I'm not a...
Don, go get the girls.
Oh, all right. Can't understand it. Supposed to be a dignified announcer, and he uses me for a big fat errand boy. I wasn't hired to do this. Supposed to tell the people about Lucky Strikes. Well, they're made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. That's what the sponsor wants me to do. Even gives me a free rein. I can throw in LSMFT anytime I want to. Now, I'm not even in the mood to sing Be Happy, Go Lucky, Be Happy, Go Lucky Strike. Hoodly, boop, 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 beep. Gee, that song is amazing. Now I'm not mad anymore. Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Don, what are you so happy about?
I just had a fight with Jack.
What?
I'll tell you about it later. Jack sent me out here to get you and Dinah.
Well, we'll be there in a minute. Don is telling me some of the things Jack did in London.
Oh, do you mind if I stay? It's probably funnier than the program.
No, you can stay, Don. Well, Dinah, with all the things you say Jack did, I can't understand how he had time to buy that nightgown he brought back for me.
Oh, well, I can tell you all about that, Mary. I was with him when he bought it.
You were?
Oh, yes, it was the morning before we did the command performance. We didn't start out to go shopping. As a matter of fact, we were riding in a cab, seeing the sights of London.
Gee, I'm glad we found time to go sightseeing, Dinah.
Me too, Jack. London's such an interesting city.
And on your right, you'll see the famous Tower of London.
Gosh, driver, that must be old.
Oh, it is, laddie, over 800 years. And for the most of that time, the crown jewels of England have been kept there. These jewels belong to the most famous collection in the world. Consists of rubies, pearls, sapphires, and diamonds, and it is absolutely priceless.
Gee,
Also, many ancient members of royalty have been executed there.
What a wonderful place to die.
Jack, would you like to go to Buckingham Palace and see the changing of the guard?
Changing of the guard? I don't think so.
Oh, it's really worthwhile, Governor. You haven't anything like it in America.
Oh, I don't know. Have you ever seen Notre Dame using the 2-platoon system?
Say, Jack, we may hurt the driver's feelings if we don't go to Buckingham Palace. You know, these Englishmen are so steeped in tradition.
Oh, Dinah, that's greatly exaggerated.
No, Jack, they always follow their customs. For instance, they always stop at 4 in the afternoon for tea.
Oh, Dinah, what a tourist you are. Americans always believe that the English stop everything for tea. But it isn't true. Say, maybe we can go and see... Oh, there goes Big Ben. 2, 3.
Lemon or cream, Governor?
Never mind, driver. The tourist and I will get off here.
All right, Al.
Come on, Dinah.
Just a minute, Jack. He's giving me my change.
Oh, come on, Dinah. We'll walk back to the hotel. The exercise will do us good.
Okay.
Say, Dinah, I think the Savoy Hotel is down this way.
Mm-hmm.
We have to get to the Strand first.
Here, y'all. Get the evening piper. Piper. Get the evening piper here. Piper, mister?
What's a piper?
A paper.
Oh.
Piper. Get your piper here.
Would you like one, Jack?
No, I read the piper last night.
Well, I think I'll get one. Boy, I'll take one.
Here you are, miss.
Thank you. Keep the change.
Dinah, do you think that...
Jack, look, they have a story about our show tonight.
Where?
Right here. Look, it says Jack Benny to play violin at Command Performance. God save the king.
And they have a comic strip here too.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Tracy. And look. Oh, look, here's a big ad for Universal's new picture. James Stewart in RV. Come on, Dinah, we better hurry back to the hotel. It's starting to get foggy.
Okay. Oh, Jack, look at this cute little gift shop. I'd like to get a few presents for some friends at home.
I'll go in with you. Maybe I'll see something to take back to Mary.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
We'd like to buy some gifts. Do you mind if we browse around?
Not at all. We have a full line of perfumes, silks, jewelry, and curios. If you want me, just call.
Well, thank you.
Jack, look here at the perfume counter.
Why, what is it?
The English are so much more conservative than we are. Look at the names of the perfumes.
What about it?
Well, in America, the perfumes have names like Desire, Night of Bliss, and Surrender.
Uh-huh.
Well, over here they call really, old boy, tut-tut, and it isn't cricket, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a bottle of my favorite perfume. I'm going to take 2 of them.
I think I'll take this one here for Mary, too. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
How much is this bottle of perfume?
£15, 4 shillings.
15 pounds, 4 shillings. Isn't that rather expensive?
Not if you smell it slowly.
Well, I don't know.
Say, Jack, maybe Mary would like a silk nightgown.
Hey, that's an idea.
We have a wonderful assortment of silk nightgowns. Our silks are considered the finest in England. Now, here's a beautiful gown that's only £11.
11 pounds? That's around $33. No, I'm afraid that's a little too high.
Well, here's a rather nice one for £6.
No, that's still too high, I think.
Well, if you think £6 is too much, we have this one here for £2.
Well, that's still a little more than I want to pay for a nightgown.
May I suggest that you get a pair of friendly silkworms and make your own?
Look, clerk, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you £1, 5 shillings for this nightgown.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Mr. Benny.
Well, Oh, wait a minute. You called me Mr. Benny. You must have waited on me before.
No, sir, I've never seen you before in my life.
Well, then, how did you know I was Jack Benny?
I read that you were in England, and I took a wild guess.
Jack, why don't you take that nightgown? It's really worth the £2.
Well, let me see. Gee, I don't know.
I beg your pardon, sir. Either you buy it or you don't, but stop trying it on.
Well, all right, wrap it up, clerk.
Here's one already gift-wrapped.
Fine, here's the £2. Come on, Dinah. Oh, by the way, clerk, could you tell me how to get to the Savoy Hotel?
No.
You mean to say you live here in London and you can't tell me where the Savoy Hotel is?
I can, but why should I cause them trouble?
Come on, Dinah, we'll... Gosh, the fog has really moved in. You can't see your hand in front of your face.
Yeah, we've been walking for 20 minutes. I've never seen it so foggy.
You know, Dinah, I think the hotel is in the other direction.
No, Jack. We're going the right way.
But I'm sure when we went into that store, we came from that... Oh, gee, it's raining now. How do you like that rain and fog? Hey, I think I see someone. As soon as we get closer, I'll ask directions. Pardon me.
Yes?
Could you tell me where the Savoy Hotel is?
You're in the hotel now.
I am?
Yes, and please get out of my room. I'm taking a shower.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on, Dinah.
Ladies and gentlemen, by taking an interest in our schools, all of us can help make sure that the community we live in gets the best education for the money it spends and provides the best possible educational opportunities for our children. So please join and work with local civic groups and school boards. Remember, better schools make better communities. Good citizens everywhere will help. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, everybody, be happy, go lucky, and let's see what's cooking for Thanksgiving.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
The turkey said, I'm glad to go and feed your family, but give me one last lucky strike called LSMFT.
We'll all enjoy Thanksgiving Day, the turkey and the stuffing, and then we'll light a lucky strike and have great pleasure puffing.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Yes, light up a lucky and enjoy the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste combined in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. Perfect mildness? Remember, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And you always get the full, rich taste of fine tobacco, too, because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Well, Dinah, it was nice having you on the show. Now, how about having dinner with me tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but I'm having dinner with George tonight.
George? Who's he?
George Montgomery, my husband.
Oh, him. Fine guy. He never let you out of his sight. We went to Houston last year for a benefit. George went with you. You came to New York last month to appear on my TV show. George came with you. Tonight he's with you again. What are you, Montgomery's ward? Dinah, I can't take credit for that. Your husband gave me that joke.
He did?
Yes.
Come on, I'll go to dinner with you.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in the day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Now when I have a gift to give, I know just what to send. The cigarette that's mild and rich, that happy, lucky blend.
Sailors are a fickle lot with gals around the sea, but they are true to Lucky Strike, cause LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, light up a Lucky and enjoy the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. You see, only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So next time, try a carton of Lucky Strike and be happy, go lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday USC and UCLA met in their annual football classic. So let's go out to Jack Benny's house a few hours before the game.
We better hurry, Jack, or we'll miss the kickoff.
Yeah, let's go already.
Just a minute. I want to copy the lineups out of the paper.
Here's a pencil, boss.
Thanks.
But, Jack, you can buy a program when you get to the Coliseum.
Why do that when the lineups are right here in the paper? Now, let's see.
Well, it's silly to copy it. Why don't you just cut them out?
Because we have to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Here's UCLA's lineup. Mumor, Narletsky, Flynn, Stroshine, Livingston. Livingston? Mary.
That's Cliff Livingston.
Oh. I thought it was your sister, Babe.
No, Jack. Babe is with the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
I used to play football when I was in high school.
Really, Dennis? What position did you play?
Bent over like the rest of them.
Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
Gee, I'll never forget our big game. I was the quarterback, and there was just a few seconds to play. The score was tied, and we had the ball on their 1-yard line. It was the first down. So I called for the water boy.
What?
While everybody else was drinking, I ran for a touchdown.
But, Dennis, that doesn't count.
I know, I forgot the ball.
But, Dennis, how could...
Wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. I'll take it. Dennis, did you also play football in college?
No.
You're sure you didn't play college football?
No, why?
Well, some years ago in a Rose Bowl game, a player ran 80 yards in the wrong direction, and I thought it might have been you. Now, let's see.
Well, that was my father.
Well, at least I had it in the right family. Now, let's see. I've got the lineup copied. Rochester, don't forget to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Yes, sir.
And did you make the sandwiches?
And I put your Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle like you told me to.
Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle?
When Mr. Bentley takes his 3 o'clock nap, he wants people to think he passed out.
Never mind. Did you pack my binoculars, Rochester?
No, I thought you'd rather carry them. Here.
Thanks.
Jack, when did you buy those binoculars?
When I got my television set, I used them for watching Faye Emerson. I stopped when she brought Skitch Henderson on. Hand me the basket, Rochester. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitso.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
just dropped by to return this roasting pan you loaned me for Thanksgiving.
Oh, good.
Did you have a nice Thanksgiving dinner, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, it was wonderful. Thanksgiving is the one day in the year that all my wife's relatives gather together, unfortunately at my house.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, you sound a little sarcastic.
Oh, not intentional. I love having all our relatives for dinner, excepting my wife's brother. Is he a glutton?
A big appetite, huh?
Oh, appetite. He eats like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Joking, he said. Mr. Benny. He sat down and had 6 portions of turkey, 3 helpings of cranberry sauce, 8 portions of dressing. To the yams, he went back 4 times. Gravy, you could swim in it, and the rolls, Einstein couldn't count it.
Gosh, I bet he didn't have room for dessert.
That he had first. He wasn't taking any chances.
Oh.
But mad I can't get at him because he and my wife happens to be twins.
Twins? Well, do they look alike?
Fortunately for both of them, no.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, we're going to the football game. Would you like to join us?
No, I'd love to, Mr. Benny, but I want to get home before my brother-in-law leaves.
Why?
He may get sick, and this I got to see. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. What Mr. Kitzel goes through on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Mr. Benny, why didn't you invite us over for Thanksgiving dinner this year like you always do?
Well, I intend to do, Dennis, but I had a little trouble with the butcher.
Well, every time you go to buy something, you have trouble.
Well, this time it wasn't my fault. Turkeys were so expensive that when I started to dicker with the butcher, he got mad, handed me an egg, and said, "Here, take this home, sit on it, and hatch your own turkey." Smart aleck butcher. Turned out to be a duck. 31 days yet. Well, come on, kid. Gee, I ad-libbed that. Well, come on, kids. Let's leave for the game. Huh?
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, which team are you going to cheer for?
UCLA.
Why?
Well, I live in Beverly Hills near the college, so it's the neighborly thing for me to cheer for the UCLA team.
And besides, he washes their jerseys.
Yeah, those grass stains are murder. See, I hope UCLA wins.
Well, I'm going to be cheering for USC.
Who are you going to root for, Dennis?
Notre Dame.
Dennis, Notre Dame isn't even playing.
I know, but this year they need all the cheers they can get.
For a minute, I thought you were going to have a silly reason. Now, come on, let's go out and get in the car, kids.
Say, Jack, those trees on your lawn sure look beautiful.
Don't they, though?
I say, Benita, where's the morning paper?
Oh, my goodness.
If that Benny fellow bothered...
Dennis, cut that out! What a kid. You know, Dennis, sometimes you're going to...
Hey, Jackson!
Huh?
Jack, it's Phil. Hi, Phil.
Hiya, Livy. What are you doing over here at King Solomon's Mine?
Phil, not so loud. Remember, you're in Beverly Hills.
Stop bragging about it. Someplace that's Beverly Hills.
Why, what's the matter?
I was driving down the street, stuck out my hand to make a left turn, and someone stole the olive out of my martini.
Oh, that's a shame, Phil. And after you took it sightseeing all the way from Encino. Hey, Phil, that's a beautiful car you're driving. Is it new?
Yeah, brand new Cadillac. I bought it for Alice. Thought I'd surprise her.
You? You bought a car for Alice?
Yeah, them joint bank accounts are wonderful. Phil, when Alice finds out I learn how to write my name, she'll kill me.
Oh, you know now.
Yeah.
You know how to write, huh? Well, I can't believe it. Go ahead, Phil. Let me hear you spell your name.
Okay. Phil. Haris.
Phil, you left out an R.
Oh, yes. Harisr.
Phil, my only regret is that I have but one band leader to give to NBC.
Say, Phil, we're going to the football game. Why don't you join us?
I'd like to live, but I can't. Well, so long, kids. See you later.
Goodbye,
Bye,
Phil.
Oh, wait, kids. Don't forget to listen to me Monday night. I'm going to be on the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux?
L-O-X.
That's Lux.
Well, that's closer than I got with Harris.
Yeah, closer. So long, Phil. Well, let's go, kids. Is everything all ready, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Let's get in the car, everybody.
Say, Jack, your car looks much nicer.
Thanks, Mary.
You've even got new seat covers.
That's the top. It sags a little.
Yeah. Now, come on, Dennis, Mary. Hop in. Go ahead, Rochester. Start the car.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, why is the motor spitting like that?
We can't stand each other.
Oh, stop. Try it again.
Yes, sir.
There we are. The motor was just cold.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Rochester?
I forgot to bring the sandwiches.
Well, it's too late now. Maybe after the game we can stop and get something to eat.
Okay, Jack, but this time let's go to a restaurant instead of a drive-in.
But don't you like drive-ins, Mary?
Sure, but the last time Jack drove into one, the girl put the tray on the door and the car turned over.
It did not. Now, come on, kids. Let's enjoy the ride. By the way, Dennis, what are you going to sing on the program this week?
Oh, it's called All My Love. Would you like to hear me sing it?
Sure, Dennis. That would be nice while we're driving along. Now, go ahead. Go ahead and sing. And wait a minute. Mary, did you drop something?
No.
Then what are you bending over for?
I'm hiding till we pass the May Company.
Well, go ahead and sing, Dennis. Go ahead.
I give you all my love. The skies may fall, my love, but I will still be true. All my sighs will disappear at last. Now that you're here at last, my heart belongs to you. I recall my life, I've waited all my life to give you all my love. Oh, I love you so. Don't you ever let me go. You thrill waited all my life to give you all my love. All my love.
Well, it's very good, Dennis, especially the finish. I never knew you could hit such a high note.
Neither did I. When I came to it, the spring in the seat broke through.
As long as you hit it, that's all. Mary, you can get up now. We passed the May Company.
I'm ducking for the one on Crenshaw.
We passed that one, too. Oh, Rochester, we're getting closer to the Coliseum. You better start looking for a place to park.
There's a parking lot, 25 cents.
Yeah.
There's one, 50 cents.
Keep driving, Rochester.
But, Jack, the lots close to the Coliseum charge $2 for parking.
Well, it's worth it. Look at all the walking it saves. If you want convenience, you've got to pay for it. Rochester, drive into this lot.
The $2 one?
Yes. Come on, kids.
Oh, here comes the attendant.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Joe. How's business?
Very good. I'll bring the money over to your house tonight.
Good. Come on, kids.
Jack, do you own...
Come on. We'll be late for the game. Dennis, don't lag behind.
Oh, I'm coming.
Gee, what a lot of people going to the game.
Jack, maybe you ought to give Dennis his ticket. He may get lost in the crowd.
No, he won't get lost. I've been holding his hand ever since we left the parking lot.
How can you be holding Dennis's hand? He's on the other side of me.
Well, I've been holding... Oh, pardon me, madam.
Oh, that's all right. I rather enjoyed it.
Thank you. Are you going to see the football game?
Oh, yes. My boy is playing today.
Really? What does he play?
The tuba.
The tuba? Oh, he's in the band.
Yes. Maybe you've heard of him. Big Mouth McDonald.
Oh, well, I'll watch for him at the half.
You can't miss him. On low notes, he drools a little.
I'll find him. Goodbye. Come on, kids, let's hurry. We don't want to miss the kickoff. Say, Mary, these seats aren't bad, are they?
No, they're fine.
Can you see all right, Dennis? Dennis. Now, where is Dennis?
Attention, please. Will Mr. Jack Benny please report to the Lost and Found Department?
I will not. Let him stay there. The last time I take that kid anyplace. Every time we go, I always have that trouble.
Jack, look. They're getting ready to start the game.
Yeah. The teams are lining up.
Attention, please. Mr. Benny, will you please come to the Lost and Found Department? He's driving us nuts.
Jack, go get Dennis.
I'm not going to leave now. Here comes the kickoff. Mary, look at that ball go. What a kick. It's going way...
Sorry to bother you, fella, but you're sitting in my seat.
Huh?
That seat belongs to me. Would you mind moving?
Well, you must be mistaken. My ticket says row 72, seat 4. And this is it.
Yeah, well, that's what my ticket says. So if you don't get out of the seat, I'll sit on your lap.
Look, mister...
Come on. Get out of the seat or I'll punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Mary, please. I'll handle this.
Oh, you will, huh?
Listen, let go of my lapel. You don't have to get that excited. Now, wait a minute. I'm sure the usher can straighten it out. Oh, there's one. Oh, usher. That's all I need. Look, usher, I have a ticket for row 72, seat 4, and this man has a ticket for the same seat. How did that happen?
I don't know, but won't it be cozy?
Never mind that. What are you going to do about it?
Well, if you like, you can sit in seat 6, row 12, on the 50-yard line.
Oh, is that seat vacant?
It ought to be. It's in the Rose Bowl.
Stop being so smart. You are, without a doubt, the most stupid, inefficient, blundering...
When you say that, smile.
Why?
We're on television.
Well, that's the last straw. I've got a good mind to
You lay a hand on me, and I'll pull the cork out of your Ovaltine.
Oh, get out of here. Mary, where's that other man?
He's gone.
Good. Come on, we want a touchdown. We want a touchdown.
Jack, stop yelling. It's timeout.
Oh.
Jack, look. The cheering section is getting up.
Oh, yes.
Fight 'em, kiss 'em, bop, rock 'em, sock 'em, hey, 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 USC-UCLA.
See, they're rooting for both teams.
Lucky's, kiss 'em, bop, UCLA, USC, all smoke LSMFT.
Well.
Rock, free and easy on the drop. Light 'em, take a puff. Isn't this some clever stuff?
Now, if you want to win this game, just pass those Luckies more. The odds are always 2-1 that Lucky Strike will score.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
There's Big Mouth McDonald.
When everyone is voting for the player that they like, for All-American full pack, we'll vote for Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Say, Mary, Don Wilson must have had something to do with that.
Jack, they're starting to play again.
Yeah.
All right, get your hot dogs. Get your red hots here. Hot dogs.
Mary, you want a hot dog?
No, thanks.
Oh, I'll have one of them, mister.
Yes, sir. One hot dog coming up. Would you like relish?
Relish, yes.
Chopped onion?
Uh-huh.
Mayonnaise?
Yes.
Chili sauce?
Yes.
You'll have to get them someplace else. All I got is mustard.
Just give me the hot dog.
Hey, UCLA's got the ball.
Yeah, look at that Marletsky move. Wow. What a tackle they threw on him.
Jack, look, he's still lying there. Must have knocked the wind out of him.
Get up. The grass is staining your jersey. Attaboys.
Attention, Mr. Benny. Please come and get him. You can't do this to us. How many Irish songs can we listen to?
Jack, you better go and get Dennis.
Oh, all right. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Peanut popcorn. Get your hot buttered popcorn here.
Hello, Sonny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. We're doing great.
Good. If you get stuck with any, cry a little. I'll see you later. Now, let's see. Where's the lost and found department? I'll ask this fella here. Oh, pardon me, mister. Can you tell me where the lost and found department is?
No, I'm a stranger here.
Well, I know. Wait a minute. I've seen you before. What's your name?
Savoni. John L.C. Savoni.
Well, Mr. Savoni, don't you remember me?
No.
But you must. Remember one day you stopped me on the street about a year ago, asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave you 50 cents.
Holy smoke, is Jack Benny?
Well, I thought maybe you'd forgotten me.
Oh, no. I tell all my fraternity brothers that you're my friend.
Fraternity? Mr. Savoni, for a college man, what's happened to you?
I'm a poor little limb on a string.
Now, look. Look, Mr. Savoni.
You're my pal. You can call me John.
Well, thank you. Now, John, you're always short of money. How did you manage to get into the Coliseum?
Well, I tell you how it happened anyway. I was walking down the street. I wasn't doing anything. Just walking down the street. I just felt like doing anything. just walking down the street. And a fellow comes up to me and says, "Hey, you." I said, "Who?" He said, "You." I said, "Me?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What do you want?" He said, "You want to buy a ticket to the football game?" I said, "How much you want for the football ticket?" He said, $3. So I gave him the $3 and they came to the football game.
But look, you're always broke. Where'd you get the $3 to buy this ticket?
While we were standing there talking, it got kind of chilly. So I put my hand in his pocket.
Well, at least you gave the man his money back. Did you take anything else?
No, but he gave me his card.
Card? Let me see it. J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover?
Yeah, he made me so nervous.
Mr. Savoni, why don't you get some ambition? Go out and find yourself a job. Settle down. Get married.
Oh, I was married once, but my wife threw me out.
Well, why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I was just hanging around the house. I wasn't doing anything.
I see what you mean, yes. So long, Mr. Savoni.
So long.
Now, let's see. I wonder
Oh,
where...
Jack.
Huh?
Did you find Dennis?
No, and I'm not going to bother. Come on, let's go back to our seats.
What seats? The game is over.
It is? What was the score?
39-0.
39? Oh, isn't that cute? I'll bet they did that just for me. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, let's take a tour through an art gallery.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Now here's a picture of a pack of richer Lucky Strikes. It makes you think of smoking joy and mildness people like.
I'm sure I know the reason why the Mona Lisa smiled. She just discovered Lucky Strike, the smoke that's rich and mild.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, be happy, go lucky. Enjoy perfect mildness and rich taste. A happy blending you always get in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. Puff by puff, you'll always find Luckies are milder. In fact, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And puff by puff, you'll always enjoy the full, rich taste of truly fine tobacco because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So next time, try a carton of Lucky Strike and be happy. Go Lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Next week, Amos and Andy will be our special guests. John L.C. Savoni was played by Frankie Fontaine. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood.
Hollywood, the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Red Nichols and his 5 pennies, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Today, the Harris children are going on an overnight camping trip with their Brownie troop. Their Uncle William is going along as troop leader, and although it's only 7 o'clock in the morning, there's quite a bit of activity around the house.
Let's see now. I have the sleeping bags, canteens, knapsacks. I guess we're all ready. What time are the other girls supposed to be here?
They'll be here at 7:30, Uncle Willie.
Oh. Well, before we leave, girls, you'd better wake your father up and kiss him goodbye. So let's go upstairs and wake your daddy.
At 7 o'clock in the morning? A kid can get killed that way.
Well, never mind. I'll go up and rouse him.
It's no use, Willie. I already tried it. I even poured water in his face.
What happened?
He sat up and yelled, "Hey, bartender, get me the manager. Somebody's watering my beer." I'll say goodbye to the girls. Oh, gosh, you look sweet in those Brownie uniforms.
Thank you, sis. Of course, my khaki shorts don't fit as well as they used to because
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the girls. Gee, you look cute. Those uniforms are very smart looking.
Oh. Alice.
Oh, so you're up, huh?
Yeah. Look, we better have the roof fixed. It must have rained last night. Leaked all over my bed.
Good morning, Daddy. Hiya, Daddy.
Oh, good morning, girls. Oh, no, they've been drafted. They can't do this to my little girls. It's bad enough taking little Alice, but you'd think they'd give Phyllis a deferment till she finishes kindergarten.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop carrying on.
Sergeant, be kind to them. It'll be their first time away from home.
Oh, Phil, for goodness sake, open your eyes and wake up. They're wearing their Brownie uniforms.
Brownie? Oh. Well, how do you expect a man to see clearly at 7 o'clock in the morning? I've got that dark brown look in my eyes.
Well, today is the day the children are going out on their overnight camping trip.
Overnight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the kids aren't going alone, are they?
Well, of course not, Phil. William is going with them.
Oh. That should be a great help.
I thought the children ought to have a man with them.
Well, as long as you're taking a man with you, Willie, okay.
I'm leading them, Philip, and I'm perfectly capable of doing so. I'm very familiar with wood law. See, Philip, I used to be a scoutmaster. Why, don't you recognize my uniform?
No, I hadn't. Wait! Stop the music! What prize are you trying for? What the heck are you wearing?
Hiking shoes, puttees, khaki shorts, shirt, neckerchief, and campaign hat. How do I look?
Like the opening of a Milton Berle television show. Oh, pipe that physique.
Stop picking on him, Phil. Willie may not be as husky as you, but he's wiry. He's 106 pounds of fighting fury.
You tell him, sis. You needn't worry. As long as I'm there to protect the girls, they'll be well taken care of.
Look, hold it a minute. I'll get that. Must be the milkman. Nobody else gets up this early. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, will you please get away?
Hey, have a lot of fun.
Wait a minute. Oh, Alice, help. Call the police. We're being invaded by an army of midgets.
That's the rest of the troop, Philip. All right, girls. All right. Quiet, please. Quiet down. Will you please? I'm asking for silence. I said quiet. Quiet.
Phil, what are you doing?
I'm lying here till they come back and pick me up.
Oh, Phil, look at those little darlings. They're so sweet. You know, I kind of hate them. See them go away overnight. They look so helpless.
Yeah, they're about as helpless as the Notre Dame forward wall. Hey, which one of you Bronco Nagurskis butted me in the stomach?
I did. You want to make something out of it?
Oh, somebody's been spiking this kid's cod liver all.
All right, line up. Attention. Right, dress. Straighten up that line. Phyllis, square your shoulders. Laurie, pull in your stomach. Susan, straighten your frying pan.
What part of the body is the frying pan?
As your commanding officer, I must compliment you, troopers, on your neat military appearance.
Hey, MacArthur.
What now, Philip?
The corporal on the end's got oatmeal on her bib.
What's the idea of snitching on me?
I'm a spy. Yeah. Now look, Will. Ouch! Bronco, stop belting me in the bread basket.
Philip, please, quiet down. Now then, girls, before we start, I will show you the correct way to march in formation with full pack. I will march from here to the hall. Now watch me closely. Notice I keep my stomach in, my chest out, and my head held high.
Golly, isn't he a magnificent specimen?
Oh, he certainly is.
Looks like a brewery horse.
Keep your eyes straight ahead until I tell you to guide right. Then turn your heads smartly to the right, like this, but continue marching forward thusly. See?
The cellar stairs.
If he so much as scratch my furnace, I'll kill him.
William, are you all right?
Oh,
did you hurt yourself?
I twisted my ankle and dented my canteen.
Billy probably broke his leg. I can't stand to hear him suffer. Do something, Phil. Do something.
Okay, now let's see. Where'd I put the key to my gun case?
I'm afraid I sprained my ankle badly.
You sprankled your ankle. Sprankled ankle. I like the reading on Canteen much better.
Oh, the poor thing is black and blue, and it's frightfully swollen. Oh, the pain is excruciating.
Yeah. Oh, well, I guess I'll go back to bed now that the excitement's all over. Certainly has been a hectic morning.
Oh, dear. Now Willie won't be able to go with the children, and I'll have to get another man, but who can I... Oh, Philzy!
Too late, I'm already asleep. Good night, Irene.
Phil Harris, come here. We can't disappoint the children. You're going in Willie's place.
Oh, you got the wrong boy, Myrtle. I ain't going nowhere. Go ahead and cry. I look at you. Let it out. Go ahead and cry. It ain't going to do you no good. You think I'm going to take 8 kids? Ouch! Bronco, stop biting my leg. Bronco. All right. I'll take you.
Gee, thank you, Daddy. You're wonderful. See, girls, we have the best daddy in the whole world. 3 cheers for old Ham Hock.
Don't get fresh, Bronco. There's one thing I can't stand, it's a wise brownie.
Well, if you're going hiking, Phil, you'd better go upstairs and put on those old khaki shorts you wear around the garden.
Look, honey, I ain't going to be seen in public in no khaki shorts.
But, Daddy, you have to be dressed in regulation uniform like us.
All right. Okay, I'll put them on. I had to go and have children.
Mommy, why don't you come along, too? Oh, yes, that would be a lot of fun. We'll sit around the campfire and toast marshmallows. And when it's time to go to bed, you can sing us to sleep. Does your mother sing, too, Phyllis?
Oh, what do you mean, sing, too?
My daddy says you're a bubble dancer. She is not. My mommy's a singer, and a good one, too. Go ahead and show her, boo-boo.
Lost my partner, what'll I do? Lost my partner, what'll I do? Lost my partner, what'll I do? My darling.
Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
I'll get another one prettier than you. I'll get another one prettier than you. I'll get another one prettier than you. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Can't get a red bird, a bluebird'll do. Can't get a red bird, a bluebird'll do. Can't get a red bird, a bluebird'll do. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Little red wagon painted blue.
Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Fly in the Super Bowl shoe fly shoe.
Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Gone again, what'll I do?
Flies in the Sugar Bowl shoe fly shoe.
Cows in the cornfields 2 by 2.
Flies in the buttermilk shoe fly shoe.
One old boot and a run-down shoe.
Lost my partner.
What'll I do?
Lost my partner.
What'll I do?
Lost my partner.
What'll I do?
Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Lulu, skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
Oh, that was beautiful, Mommy. Wasn't it, girls? Yeah, it was beautiful. Now, let's get started.
Now, be patient, girls. As soon as Mr. Harris is ready, you can...
I'm ready. Must look stupid wearing these shorts.
No, you don't look stupid, Phil. You look positive... Oh, Phil.
All right, Alice, knock it off. And as far as you kids, if one of you as much as cracks a smile, I'll knock the pablum out of you. No remarks about how I look.
I think you look very nice, Mr. Harris. You have very pretty legs.
Nobody asked you. You really think so? You're a very observing child. I've been told that from the calves down, they are a little Dietrichish. Falling in love again, never fall.
All right, Marlene. Phil, put Willie's pack on your back, and here, wear his campaign hat. It'll keep the sun out of your eyes.
Get that thing off of me. I ain't going to wear no William S. Hart beret.
Still, I'm putting it on. There. Say, you look cute.
Yeah, I'm sure I do. All right, kids, pick up your packs and let's get... Wait a minute, that's the door. I'll get it. Hiya, Curly.
Oh, you're kidding.
What are you made up for?
I'm spending a day in the woods with the Brownies.
Oh, this guy got hold of a bad ice cube last night. Curly, let's start all over again. Now, steady, boy. Focus. Curly, what's the gag?
It's no gag. I tell you, the girls of the Brownie troop are going on a camping trip in the woods, and I'm their leader.
Well, bully for you, Pansy Yoakum. Hurry up and change your clothes. We're going to the racetrack today.
Oh, no, we're not. I can't go to the racetrack, Remley. I'm taking the kids on a hike.
But, Curly, you're supposed to go with me.
I got a better idea. You go with me.
What are you getting at?
I hereby deputize you assistant leader of our Brownie expedition. Congratulations, and may you be a credit to our troop.
I ain't taking no kids to the woods.
Wait a minute, Remley. I hate to resort to this, but either you go, or I'll be forced to divulge to the world what horrible secret that you're ashamed of.
Which one?
I'll tell everybody that 20 years ago, you ran away from home and left your poor old widowed mother all alone.
Oh, no, Curly, please. The story mustn't get out that I left home 20 years ago.
Why not?
Mother hasn't missed me yet. Will break her heart when she finds out I'm gone.
Or I shall tell them about what you did that night in Milwaukee.
Well, I didn't know she was a policewoman until... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't remember ever being in Milwaukee.
There's a lot of places you don't remember ever being.
All right, I'll go.
I knew you'd volunteer. Now, here's Willie's hiking clothes. Put them on. I'll go tell Alice you're coming with me. Hurry up. Right. Hey, Alice, I got good news for you.
What is it, Phil?
Hey, I don't have to take the kids on the hike alone. Frankie's going along to help us take care of them.
Oh, no. Phil, you can't do that. They're just babies. They haven't been exposed to anything like Frankie yet.
You stop worrying. The kids will look at him, scream once, and everything will be all right.
Well, if Frankie's going, I'm going. Otherwise, I'd never have a moment's rest while you're away.
What are we waiting for now? Yeah, let's get started. It'll be dark before we get there. Let's hurry, Mommy.
All right, girls. We'll be leaving in a minute, and I'm going with you. Phil, where's Frankie?
He's putting Willie's hiking outfit on.
Here I am.
Well, it's about time you... Alice, the dog's been digging things up again.
Don't be a wise guy. Let's get going on this safari.
Right. Here you are, Remley. Carry my pack.
Carry your own pack.
I can't. I have something else to carry.
What?
My drum. We can't march without music.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Phil, we're going to Sherman Woods, and it's a 10-mile hike, so we'd better get started.
All right. Girls, we're ready to start now. Attention! Left, face, forward, march. 1, 2... with a wiggle and you talk with a wiggle and your jeans are a-jiggling with dough. Well, that's the way it ought to be, but you can see I haven't got a quarter. I walk with a wobble and I talk with a wobble and the jinx is a hobble and my luck. I'll have to touch the feathers of a very, very lucky duck. I lost my gal to another guy and I lost my money at the track. I hocked my coat just the other day and I know I'll never get it back. Oh, Lady Luck can't get no meanier, and the days can't get no leanier. Got to go where grass is greenier, that's what I want to see.
walk with a wiggle and I'll talk with a wiggle and my jeans will be jiggling with dough. And that's the way it ought to be. A fella really ought to have a quarter. I'll chase every wobble and I'll chase every hobble of the jinx that's been gobbling my luck. 'Cause I'll have touched the feathers of a very, very lucky duck. You'll have good luck if you can touch the feathers of a lucky duck.
Hey, Curly, how much further we have to go? My feet are killing me. Oh, every bone in my body aches.
All right, Remley, I'm just as tired as you are, but we'll be there soon. Hey, Alice, how far have we marched already?
2 blocks. Stop lagging behind. We have to get a move on.
Well, you go ahead, Alice. We'll catch up to you.
Hey, Curly, let's take a cab. We can't walk through town wearing khaki shorts and campaign hats.
Nobody's going to see us. It's too early in the morning. Now, come on, Frankie. Look sharp. Chin in. Chest out. Forward. One.
Well, if it ain't Jungle Jim and Wild Bill Hiccup.
Remley, you lift that manhole cover and I'll shove him in.
No, that's too much work. I got a small hatchet in my knapsack.
When did you 2 guys join the wax?
We're not in the wax.
Couldn't pass the physical, huh?
Hey, smart guy, these are our hiking outfits. How do we look, kid?
Like 2 4Fs that'll never be reclassified.
Curly, this kid has to go.
I wonder if we can farm him out to the North Koreans. They deserve each other.
You must know, Julius, Curly and me are leading a Brownie troop on a 10-mile hike to Sherman Woods.
You're leading them?
Yeah.
5 will get you, 10 you get lost at the next corner.
Don't worry, we'll get them there. We know what we're doing every minute.
Are you kidding? You guys couldn't find your way out of a well-lit closet. You'll never find your way to the woods.
We will, too.
Well, maybe you'll make it with that road map, Mr. Harris.
What road map?
The one you got tattooed on your legs there. Oh, pardon me, those are your varicose veins.
All right, get lost, kid. Come on, Remley. Let's catch up to Alice and the girl.
Hey, Curly, why don't we forget this whole thing and go to the track? They got some great races going today.
We're not going to the track.
Phil, which way do we turn
I
here?
don't know, honey. I'm lost.
Neither one of you know how to get to Sherman Woods, huh?
No.
Well, in that case, you better let me lead the way. Troop, follow me. Forward, march. 1, 2, 3. Troop, halt. 1, 2. Well, here we are at Sherman Woods.
Remley, this is a racetrack.
It is? So that's what it looks like. Oh, well, as long as we're here, let's pitch our tent in the infield and we'll be ready for the first race tomorrow.
Oh, Frankie, you did this deliberately. It'll be getting dark soon and we still haven't found Sherman Woods.
Honey, I don't know where it is. We'll just have to keep looking. Come on, kids, let's get going and we'll, Bronco, get away from that $2 window.
I was just asking the man how far it is to the wood.
How far did he say it was?
6 furlongs.
That ain't too far. It'll be a breeze. All right, so. Ain't carrying much weight. Come on, kids. I'll find that campsite. Follow me. Forward. Hey!
Phil, I'm getting worried. It's pitch dark in these woods. It's after 10 and you haven't found the campsite
Alice,
yet.
Alice, will you please control yourself? We mustn't frighten the kids. You know how little girls are. They'll start bawling. We mustn't even let you... Uh-oh, now one of them's starting already. Now look, little honey, don't cry. Uncle Phil is with you, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Why are you crying?
I'm afraid of the woods.
What's the matter with you? You want to panic the kids?
Daddy, aren't you scared?
What do you say, scared? Of course I'm not scared. Me scared? I should say not. When I was a school kid, I used to go camping all the time.
For years, he was known as Backward Harris.
That's backwood. You know something, kids? I was in a spot like this once up in the Yukon country. I was lost in a raging blizzard. I had one chance of getting out alive.
Too bad you didn't make it.
I did make it. But I had to reach the pass before it froze over. So I jumped in my dog sled, cracked the whip, and yelled, "Tally-ho!" I cracked the whip and yelled, "Tally-ho!" I snapped the whip and yelled, "Tally-ho!" But the dogs just turned around and sneered in my face.
Daddy, the word is mud.
All right, they sneered in my mush. Okay, Rummy, you got nothing to worry about. I'll find the campsite. Just follow me.
Say, Phil, we'd better hurry. It's starting to rain.
All right, now follow me on the double, everybody, and don't stumble. It's pitch black here.
Daddy, it's starting to pour. I'm getting soaked.
Now, don't get panicky, kids. We'll pitch our camp right here. Remley, get the tent out. Right. Alice, you help him put it up. Kids, clear the ground so we can get a level surface. All right, hop to it. We gotta hurry. Come on, everybody.
Won't this rain ever stop?
Now, pull yourself together. Pull yourself together. We've only been here 3 days.
But it's driving me crazy. This incessant rain, those jungle drums.
Rambling.
And the quinine is running low. Driving me mad.
Oh, Frankie.
Candaleo, you've come.
Quiet. Phil, we can't stay here any longer. I'm going out and get help.
You stay where you are. I'm command here. Nobody's leaving this tent. You can't see a thing in that downpour. You wouldn't get 10 feet.
Mr. Harris, Miss Faye, where are you?
Hey, it's Julius come to rescue us. We're over here, Julius. Oh, bless that little
Mr.
brat.
Harris, what are you doing here?
Doing here? We've been marooned for 3 days. We couldn't get out because of this heavy rain.
Because it's... Hey, Daniel Boone, I got news for you.
What?
You pitched your tent under a waterfall.
We're a little late. Thanks for being such a wonderful audience. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's Command Performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you, and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes. Everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have. Just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. So watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daly.
Say, not long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the Senor wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear. But not the way you came in here. So prepare to die now. Then with the twist of a wrist, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my amapola. Then on my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdies sing. I said, dropped in on the river, I held a roll up, dropped in on the river, I made me vow when I was through, there'll be a change in my love life. From now on, I swear, I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change in me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daly, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount studio. In fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, this will teach us a lesson. Oh, well. And now, fellas, Command Performance recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about Command Performance dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And fellas, here they are, Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last time I was on Command Performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. In fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What'd you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps. And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works. And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 7, 7, 7.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were two of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
Thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up. As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds, to Johnny Manns at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, you know as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. You know, there are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look, I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening. I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $0.25.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the quarter cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that quarter one. You hear? I want that quarter cigar. I know you want that quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter. 2 dimes and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing ship said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On Command Performance, your credit is good. Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Perforamnce USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Perforamnce is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Perforamnce, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
Please, here is Eddie and Ida's first anniversary gift of the evening. Dinah Shore singing Let's Get Lost.
Let's get lost, lost in each other's arms. Let's get lost, let them send us along. And though they'll think us rather rude, let's tell the world we're in that crazy mood. Let's get lost in a romantic mood. Let's get caught off everybody's lips to celebrate this night we found each other. Let's get lost. Let's get lost in each other's arms. Let's get lost. Let them send out along to celebrate this night we found each other. Let's get
Wasn't Dinah grand, Harry? She's so versatile, sings so many new songs. Gosh, I just can't get over how different show business was 29 years ago, Harry.
It was, huh?
In those days in vaudeville, you could use an act for years. Would you believe it? I used to repeat the same jokes week after week after week. It was just a case of traveling from one city to another to do it.
Yeah, well, it's certainly different with radio.
Well, of course.
Oh, now you don't travel.
Yeah. He laughs at his own. All right, so I occasionally repeat a joke. My motto is that anything worthwhile can stand repetition. And it's a good policy for you to follow, too, Harry.
Me?
Yes. Take the advice you give our listeners about how they can feel better faster. That's mighty worthwhile and worth repetition. As a matter of fact, why don't you repeat it right now, Harry?
All right, thanks. I will, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, remember that Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative you need in the morning. No longer have to risk feeling miserable all day. And here's something else worth remembering about this famous mineral salt laxative.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. It's important to use only as directed. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
How about the Eddie, your guests are getting hungry.
Well, I know it, Harry, and I can't understand what's delaying their food. Gosh, by now they should have salads and hors d'oeuvres too, but where is my chef?
How do you do?
Russian, I wanted a French chef for my party. Russians don't make good cooks.
No, who do you think is cooking Hitler's goose?
You're no chef. Who did you ever work for?
Hedy Lamarr. I was fired because I had a little trouble with my favorite dish.
What was your favorite dish?
Hedy Lamarr.
My guests are getting impatient. What's delaying dinner, Russian?
The soup receipt.
Yeah.
It says, stir soup while boiling. So it's boiling, I'm stirring. It's boiling, I'm stirring. And finally, I can't stand it.
Why not?
It's burning my fingers.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't start. How is the rest of the food coming along?
Frankly, I'm having a little trouble with the seasoning.
Why?
On the roast goose, I am putting a pinch of salt, a pinch of pepper, and a pinch of paprika. Suddenly, the maid is slapping my face.
Why?
Wrong pinch.
Oh, get out of here. Yes, Cookie?
Oh, Master, some guests are arriving. They are?
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Well, Eddie, we just want to say congratulations, and Gracie has a present.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Cantor. Imagine you being married for 29 years. Well, you certainly look it.
Gracie, just give Eddie the present you got for him. I don't know what it is, Eddie. Gracie picked it up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Eddie, it's just a little something you can take along on your honeymoon.
Honeymoon? We had that 29 years ago.
Oh, really? The same year you were married, huh?
Yeah, they killed two birds with one stone.
And, oh, what an embarrassing thing that was. I was so broke that Ida had to pay for the honeymoon.
No.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'll have to get with Ida and compare prices.
Of course, I paid her back as soon as I went back to work.
Well, I'm sure George will, too.
Gracie, just give Eddie his anniversary present.
Oh, yes. It's in this package.
Gee, I'm excited. What is it, Gracie?
Well, you know the 25th anniversary is silver, and the 30th is pearl. So, this being in between the two...
Yes?
I got this handkerchief.
A handkerchief?
Gracie, is that all you're giving Eddie for his anniversary?
Oh, no. I wrote a poem, but that's for Ida.
Well, Ida's here. Let's hear it.
All right. Congratulations to you, Ida. From Gracie, sweet as apple cider.
Wait a minute, Gracie. Ida is supposed to be sweet as apple cider, not you.
But, Judge, how would that sound? Congratulations to you, Ida. You're supposed to be as sweet as apple cider. Sounds like I don't believe it.
Okay, read on.
The husband you picked was a mighty good choice. Too bad he couldn't have had a few boys.
Boys, yeah.
Yes. I'm sure he's kind, a good protector. I'll bet you're glad you married Hector.
Hector? Gracie Allen, my name happens to be Eddie.
Well, that doesn't rhyme. Now stop interrupting.
you've had him for 29 years, that's true. But a retread can make him as good as new. Yes, Ida Cantor, we two are the same. We both got our husbands with riches and fame. They're sweet and gentle. They're our little pigeons. But I'll bet we both wish we had gotten Walter.
Oh, Walter Pigeon?
Walter Pigeon.
Yes. Eddie, call us when
I'll call you.
Come on.
So long, Gracie. Goodbye. See you later. Wait a minute. What is that racket?
Cantor, I am serving a sizzling platter. And look how fancy I've placed the roast chicken on his back.
On his back? Russian, that chicken is standing on his legs.
Give me that stick, I'll kill it.
A fine chef. I hope you killed the roast goose.
Don't worry. He's a dead pigeon. Yeah. That goose is now sizzling in the oven at 400 degrees for
Fahrenheit.
That's me.
No. You don't? I can't help laughing at you.
At who?
At you.
Gesundheit.
No. You're crazy. I didn't sneeze.
You didn't? Then give me back my Gesundheit.
Oh, stop. Look, are you sure you put the roast goose under a hot flame?
Well, positively.
Well, tell me, how did you dress him?
I just put him in one of your old suits.
Look, you're impossible. Listen, Russian, when the roast goose is ready, have my English butler serve it.
You got an English butler?
Well, of course.
Has he got bushy eyebrows and a very British face?
Well, that's right.
No wonder that roast goose was wearing a monocle.
Get back in the kitchen. Get out of here. More guests. I wonder who it can be.
Announcing Mr. Groucho Marx.
Well, this is a surprise. Eddie Cantor's I live and breathe.
What's such a surprise?
You're still living and I'm still breathing.
Well, anyway, it was nice of you to drop in. Aren't you going to congratulate me?
Why, of course. What is it, a boy or a girl?
Groucho, look at me. It's Eddie Cantor.
Well, that's pretty confusing. You gave birth to Eddie Cantor?
No, Groucho, it's my wedding anniversary. Don't you understand? I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, as no use getting mad at me. You've got no one to blame but yourself.
No, Groucho, please understand. I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, don't give up now. Just hang on. And if nobody calls for her at the end of 30 years, she's yours.
Oh, Dinah, will you come here? Come here, will you? Groucho, I'd like you to meet a lovely Southern belle. This is Dinah Shaw.
Why, Mr. Marx, it sure is a pleasure.
Well, it sure is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shaw. I'm sure.
Thank you. I'm mighty pleased at making your acquaintance, sir.
Listen, kids.
Quiet, Yankee.
Are y'all from the South, Mr. Marx?
Why, sure enough. I'm a big plantation man. I spend most of my time picking tobacco.
By the bale?
No, by the butt.
Groucho, you are certainly loaded with corn.
Well, what do you all expect from a Kentucky colonel?
I see they drafted your writers, too, huh?
What's that?
I said you ought to have new writers.
I've got new writers. I've had a pain in my shoulder for the last 3 weeks.
Later. Bye now.
Goodbye.
Yeah, Groucho, how about some champagne? You can have your choice. Veuve Clicquot.
I've made my choice.
Quiet. I mean to drink. Veuve Clicquot, vintage 28, or Paul Roger, bottle 32.
Here comes the plug. I'd rather have a short beer, draft 15. Make it Pabst Blue Ribbon. After all, I have 2 children and a sponsor to support in Blue Ribbon Town.
Oh, you got that right. But Groucho...
Yes, it was a pretty long speech.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne.
Pretty dull speech,
yes.
too.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne, Groucho.
Would you mind me making that speech over again?
No! Can you stop now? We're late already. Look. You've enjoyed drinking champagne. Don't you like to have Bubbles tickle your nose?
I don't know. I never met Bubbles. What's her phone number? Maybe she'll let me tickle her nose. Who knows?
Oh, you fool. This is a great party, isn't it, Groucho? I feel marvelous. Just think I've been married 29 years.
Yes, Eddie, it's wonderful. Our marriage always makes me feel sentimental. I'll never forget the time I went on my honeymoon. I cried like a baby.
Why?
You know a better way to get to Niagara Falls than half fare?
Soup done!
me like that. Wait, Russian, when you say soup town, why do you scream?
It's on me.
Quiet. Groucho, this is my chef, the mad Russian.
Well, with a face like that, I'd be mad, too. Let me congratulate you, Russian. I've seen off-the-face hats, but this is the first time I ever saw an off-the-face face.
That calls for a duel, sir. And there is only one thing that keeps me from fighting for my honor.
And what's that?
Who's got honor?
He wants to fight a duel. Why, Russian, if you were half a man. Wait a minute, you are half a man. What happened to the other half?
Meat shortage.
Back in the kitchen, monster.
Hey, Russian, remember to serve some Philadelphia cream cheese. Understand? Philadelphia cream cheese.
Right, I'll be back in a sneeze with the cheese. Gesundheit.
All right.
Well, I'll see you later, Eddie. My feet are killing me. I think I'll take off my shoes and rest my feet. Or maybe I should take off my feet and rest my shoes. I can always get another pair of feet.
Groucho, if I don't see you later, thanks for coming to my wedding anniversary.
Why, Eddie, are you married?
Of course I'm married. Where do you think I got my 5 children?
Out front, applauding like mad.
Oh, get out.
Oh, Eddie, this is a grand party. No, I'm having a record made of this program as a souvenir.
Great idea, Harry. A few years from now, you should get a big kick out of it, hearing the whole gang and all the laughs.
Oh, that's right. I wish I could have taken a movie of it so I could see the laughs.
See the laughs?
Yeah. Well, at least the smiles, especially of Gracie and Dinah.
Yes, Harry. They've been having a lot of fun, and it's a pleasure to watch them.
Yes, you're right. It is a pleasure, Eddie, and they certainly bear out what we've been saying about lovely women having attractive smiles. You know, Eddie, they prove a point everyone agrees on. The importance of an attractive smile to a woman's loveliness. But not everyone gives his smile the intelligent care it deserves. And it's so easy, ladies and gentlemen, when you see your dentist regularly and between visits faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them firm and healthy. So adopt this famous healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer, brighter teeth and naturally a more attractive smile, decide now to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Harry, what's keeping the mad rush? Is it so hard to get Philadelphia cream cheese?
Well, I don't know. I'll look for him.
Will you?
Oh, Master.
Yes, Cookie.
There's a Western Union boy here with a telegram.
A Western Union? Well, send him in.
Telegram for Eddie Cantor.
It's Jack Benny, a Western Union boy. Jack, you're delivering a telegram? I don't understand.
Well, it's very simple, Eddie. See, I went to Western Union to send you an anniversary wire. Then I figured till they're able to send you a boy, you'll be waiting and waiting. And you know, Eddie, you know what it is to wait for a boy.
But, Jack, it doesn't seem right for you to deliver your own telegram.
Why not? I paid for it. I paid for every word of it.
All right.
Myself.
All right, read it, Jack. Read it.
Certainly I'll read it. I paid for it.
I know you
out of my own money. I paid for the telegram.
Jack, you told me you paid
for it out of my own shoes.
All right. What does it say?
It says to Eddie Cantor, Beverly Hills. And it's a straight wire. This is not a night letter.
I know.
I paid for a straight wire. I know.
Read it. Will you please read it?
No, I can show you the receipt.
Please, Jack, read it.
Receipt from Jack Benny, 35
Not the
cents.
receipt. The wire. Read the wire, will you?
You mean the one I paid for? Heartiest congratulations on your anniversary. Good luck to you, Ann.
Well, go on.
Go on, Eddie. That's 10 words. I paid for the 10 words.
But, Jack, the wire is unfinished. Good luck to me and who? Who, Jack? Who?
Eddie, if you don't know your wife's name by now, don't blame me. I mean, who else could it be? Aunt Jemima, Count Fleet? Who is it?
All right, Jack. You wrote out a wire to me. It's very nice. You delivered it personally. Thanks very much. All right, Jack. I said thanks very much. What are you waiting for?
No tip? I paid for it.
All right, you paid for it. How do you like that, Jack? Hello?
Long distance for Eddie Cantor.
Long distance? What? I'll take it. Hello?
Camper, this is Matt speaking. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Russian, what's so terrible? And why are you calling long distance? Where are you?
I'm in Philadelphia. They got no green peas.
Listen, Eddie, I'm sure Jack Benny and Burns and Allen and Groucho Marx and all of your guests would enjoy hearing you sing some of your songs that were popular 29 years ago. How about it?
By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea, you and I, oh, how happy we'll be. When each wave comes a-rolling in, we will duck or swim, and we'll float and fool around the water, over and under, and then up for air. Pa's rich, Ma's rich, so no, what do we care? I love to be beside your side, beside the sea, beside the seaside, by the beautiful sea. When you are a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me. What a blessing, no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie. 'Twas down where the bluegrass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red rose. I love the cows and chickens, but this is life. This is alive. I love to raise the chickens while on cabaret where the band is playing. I love the homemade cider, but I'd rather have wine. No more picking berries, me for cocktail cherries. This is the life. This is the life. This is the life for mine. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Jack Benny, George Burns, Gracie Allen, and Groucho Marx. It's really been a wonderful anniversary for me.
Pardon the interruption.
What is it, Cookie?
But did you know that the last 17 minutes of last week's program only went as far as Colorado and never reached the east? I wonder why.
The jokes were too old to make the trip. No, Cookie, look. The lines were down. We had to tell the people because they've been riding in and wiring. But be with us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when our guest will be my very good friend, Joey Brown. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it.
Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous. If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. This is a most important night for Ivy, and few realize it more than its president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall. In 20 minutes, Dr. Hall and his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, will leave for a meeting where he is to formally accept the George A. Sexton Award. Now, at the Hall home on Faculty Row...
Toddy, it's late, dear. Have you finished dressing?
Victoria, I can't seem to find my black tie. Have you any idea where it is?
Yes. You might look in the mirror.
Well, I'll admit that tie has been found in some odd places, but...
William, you have it on.
Oh. I distinctly remember not putting it on, and I refuse to believe that an ordinary black tie would be capable of crawling up on my shoulder, winding itself about my neck, and manipulating its own knot.
Did you finish your speech?
Yes, just a short while ago. It took a little longer than I'd planned. That's why I'm late.
Oh, you're not so late. Besides, it was worth it.
What was worth what?
Taking extra time on your speech. It's the best one you ever wrote.
Oh, how do you know that? You couldn't possibly have read it.
I don't have to read it.
Victoria, this is probably no time to bring it up, but is there any record of clairvoyance in your family?
No, not a trace of it. Some red hair, gambling, small earlobes, things like that. But no clairvoyance. Why?
A few moments ago, you were downstairs, and I was upstairs. How did you know I had my tie on?
I heard you put it on.
You heard me put it on?
Mm-hmm.
That's strange. I've never thought of a black tie as being particularly noisy.
No, dear. But you are. Every time you struggle with a bow tie, I realize just how well-rounded your vocabulary really is. First you mumble and you mutter. Then you come right out and say,
Yes, darling. All right. Very well, I'll accept that explanation, but it leaves me to wonder if I'm not married to a beautiful and charming Sibyl. Or was that just a wild pitch for the crystal ball?
It required no supernatural powers, Doctor. Your success with your speech is written all over you.
Well, that should make an interesting social note for the Ivy News. President Hall, who accepted the George A. Sexton Award, was charmingly dressed in a suit of fine handwriting on a flouncing bond paper foundation.
You are spry. You've even forgotten to be nervous.
Nervous? Oh, my dear. On these occasions, I always have butterflies the size of vultures playing badminton in my stomach. But you're the soothing type of person who frightens such abdominal lepidoptera away. So the game seems to be ended.
Who won?
Well, who can that be?
Mr. Merriweather.
Victoria.
No, I saw him going to the Quintannons a few minutes ago. He wouldn't be this close without stopping by.
All right, well, you go and spirit him in while I get on my coat. It isn't that I want to appear inhospitable, but we really have to go in a few minutes.
Oh, this is a surprise, Mr. Merriweather. Come on in.
No, I can't stay, Mrs. Hall. Is the doctor in? I have a message for him.
Well, he'll be right back. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this is comfortable. You're an awfully comfortable person, Mrs. Hall. You know, if I weren't married to Mrs. Merriweather, whom I happen to love, and you weren't married to Dr. Hall, whom I greatly admire, I'm afraid I'd make an awful fool of myself over you.
Mr. Merriweather, what brings this on?
It's spring, ma'am. It's spring. The time of year when the man rises in a sap's veins and vice versa.
Yes, and a young man's fancy lightly turns to the things that an old man fancies. Mr. Merriweather.
Hello, Doctor, you old illusion spoiler. You're looking exceptionally well this evening. Cantor, I don't know how you do it. I'm not much older than you. I play golf 3 times a week. And I feel like Methuselah after a night out with the boys. And girls.
Well, after all, it isn't every evening that a college president receives a $250,000 gift.
It isn't even every other evening.
Say, how does that work, Doctor?
Well, for some reason known only to himself, Mr. George A. Sexton decided to turn philanthropist and offered this college $250,000 with which to build a laboratory for medical experiments.
Well, that's a nice package. How's it tied up?
Tied up?
Yeah, what are the strings?
Oh, that's the beautiful part of it, Mr. Merriweather. There are no strings, not even a thread.
Gad, don't tell me you found an altruistic donor.
On the contrary, an altruistic donor found Ivy. The entire sum is to be used for no other purpose than to carry on medical research for ear, nose, and throat.
No, it's as simple as that. And speaking of simple, does Wellman know about this?
Why do you ask, Mr. Merriweather?
Because Clarence is quite excited about this award, Mrs. Hall. I think he thinks he's going to get his big fat finger in the pie.
No, this is one pie that Mr. Wellman won't be able to cut to his own liking.
Well, congratulations, Doctor, on bringing the pie to Ivy.
Oh, no,
No, don't start to protest. I know it was your progressive spirit and leadership that brought Ivy to Sexton's attention. And I'm proud of you, Doctor. You're a go-getter. A keeper-inner and a don't-let-goer. It reminds me, I really did come here with a message. A certain member of our Board of Governors, who shall remain unnamed, except by the unregenerate and the profane...
Mr. Wellman?
Your intuition is amazing, Mrs. Hall. And correct. Anyway, to get to the point, when Clarence heard I had to drop in to see the Quincanons before the meeting, he...
Isn't Quincannon coming?
No, the professor's out of town, Doctor. And Mrs. Quincannon is, well, in what modest people, in a burst of understatement, call an interesting condition.
No, she can't go. She's going to have a baby. She's all right. But our doctor decided she'd better have a nurse with her for the next few days.
Anyway, Doctor, the message from Happy Talk, Dreamboat Wellman, was that it is advisable for you not to be late.
I can almost hear his tone of voice.
Yeah, like a rusty file rasping on a blackboard.
You may report that you persuaded me after a bitter struggle.
Well, I've done my duty. I'm an obliging cuss. And it gave me an excuse to see you. And Mrs. Hall, who's even prettier.
Well, we're always glad to have you drop in. And you can tell Dreamboat, Mr. Wellman, for me, that nothing in this world could make me late for that meeting. Nothing.
You go on to the car, dear. I'll get the phone.
No. We're late, Vicky. Let it ring.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Why couldn't you? We're out of the house.
Well, but I'd be out of my mind if I didn't answer it. The suspense of wondering who it was would kill me. No, please, sorry. I'll only be a minute.
Oh, you might just as well face it. You're married to a woman. As Merriweather would say, this is something to complain about.
Sorry, William. Wait.
What is it, Vicky? What's happened?
That was Mrs. Quincannon.
Oh, has she decided that she wants to go?
Yes, she's decided she wants to go to the hospital.
Now?
Yeah, right now. I have to take her.
But where's her nurse?
Called back to the hospital on an emergency tonight. Well, it can't be helped. The professor's gone.
Of course you must go. That's a shame, darling. I'll have to receive the award without you.
I know, but there are 3 children there and no one to stay with them. It would be their cook's night out. Yeah, look, Toddy, while I take Mrs. Quincannon to the hospital, you ask the people next door to look after the children. Yeah, better still, phone the matron to send somebody over. Hello, operator. Connect me with General Hospital. What's that? Yes, it is an emergency. Thank you. Hello?
Good evening, General Hospital.
This is Dr. Hall speaking.
Dr. Hall, are you on our staff, Doctor?
No, young lady. My degree is academic, not medical. I wish to speak to anyone in charge of housing. Excuse me, boys, gentlemen. I'm trying to use the phone.
Oh, he won't let me be Hopalong
wrong, and I shot him first. Look, Jack!
I'm sorry, but, what did you say?
I asked Dr. Hall the name of the patient you're entering in general.
Oh, it isn't a patient, Mr. Brown. It's just 3 youngsters.
Was it an accident, Doctor?
Yes, it was an accident.
Any serious casualties?
Well,
I'm trying to tell you, Dr. Hall, that this is from one year's end to the next.
No, please, boys! What was that again, Mr. Brown?
Were there any casualties, Doctor?
Well, from the sound of the lethal discussion that's going on here, I think I can promise at least 2.
I didn't quite get that, Doctor. Who were the victims?
Oh, a couple of guys named Cassidy.
Brothers?
Yeah, they must be. Look, Mr. Brown, I am Dr. Hall of Ivy College. I'm calling you as a last resort. Through entirely unavoidable circumstances, I was left to care for 3 children. I tried to get the matron, but she's gone to the movies.
Wait a sec, Doctor. Let me get this straight. You want General Hospital to babysit?
Well, I've tried everyone else in the phone book. I want just 1 room right now for 3 children so I can attend a most important function. Or better still, send a nurse who can take care of it.
David, Doc, we're filled up. Even got beds out in the hall, and there's not a spare nurse available anywhere. It's out of the question, Faye.
Yes, Mr. Brown, I see. Thank you.
Sorry, Doc.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. Brown. Terribly sorry. Well, gentlemen, boys, kids, quiet! Boys, I'm in a bad situation. I want to think. Now, will you please help me out? Please, partners.
Sure, help him out, Deadeye.
Thank you. It was just a phone call or 2. Operator, will you try the matron's office again, please? She must be back by now. No, boys, no. No lasso, please. No, not now. You twirl that rope very well, Hoppy, but don't lasso me until I finish this call. Hello.
Hey, Two-Gun, loop him on the way back.
No, not now, please, boys. You can loop me later. Look out with that thing. Look out. Boys! Where did you get that, rope?
It was here.
Where?
Right here, on the floor.
Well, you didn't pull it out of anything, did you?
Sure, right out of the wall. And if you let go the other end of it, I'll show you some real roping.
It was a nice telephone. It was very clear. People sounded like they were in the next room. Good night, Mr. Sexton. Good night, Dr. Hall.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Here's how one man arrived at the same conclusion. We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, as soon as we hear his story.
I'm an architect by profession and by inclination a professed booster of Schlitz beer. Now, this latter enthusiasm is something I've just recently acquired, but it's as welcome as shade on a hot Saturday afternoon. That's the kind of a day it was when I went out to look over the completion of a house I designed in the suburbs. Everything was in but the owners, and my trip was sort of a final inspection before declaring the place ready for residency. I was scrambling around the roof, checking a few construction details, when I saw a car pull up and discharge my clients in full picnic paraphernalia. They had a basket of sandwiches with them and a pail filled with cans of beer on ice. With that eagerness of most prospective homeowners, they had come for a preview of suburban living, a picnic on the terrace of the house they were so anxious to make homes. And from above, I watched them break out the beer and, with a trained eye for detail, noted that the beer was Schlitz. I'd never tried Schlitz before, but the remedy for that lay just below me, on ice. I hailed the party from the roof and then climbed down to accept a can of Schlitz from the hands of my client. I'd heard that Schlitz was the largest selling beer in America, and as I tasted it, I knew why. As an architect, I have a professional man's respect for those who know their trade. As a draftsman, I can only say, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
With Dr. Hall desperately trapped with a dead telephone and 3 youngsters entrusted to his charge, we find a small but very formal meeting impatiently awaiting his arrival. Mr. Wellman is being just as destructive as usual, while Mr. Sexton and Mr. Merriweather try to make the best of a very bad situation.
From what I've learned of Dr. Hall, I feel sure that there must be extenuating circumstances which will explain...
Mr. Sexton, you are a kind and patient man. You are a man who tries to understand the weakness of his fellows. You are a man
who... for heaven's sakes, Clarence, turn it off. I know perfectly well something's happened to Dr. Hall.
Merriweather, your attitude is beyond my understanding. Don't you realize the importance of this meeting to Ivy?
Certainly I do. Better than you do, I think.
Gentlemen, one of the reasons that I picked Ivy for the George Sexton Endowment was that I had heard so much about the thoughtfulness, consideration, and humanity of its president. I'm sorry to say that none of these qualities have been in evidence since my arrival.
I am in complete agreement. Please bear in mind, however, Mr. Sexton, that the Board of Governors is a group of men who are definitely...
boiled in the stuffing of their own shirts.
This is no time for levity, Merriweather.
Well, I'm sure that Dr. Hall's absence can be explained by time is limited. I feel that I've waited long enough. After all, there are such things as telephones. A message would have sufficed. If Dr. Hall's interest does not extend this far, then possibly I've made a mistake in choosing Ivy for this endowment. I suggest that we adjourn.
Mr. Sexton, please, why don't you stay in town overnight at my house?
In your house, Mr. Wellman? Well, that is kind of you, but no, thank you.
Oh, he'll be glad to take you home, Mr. Sexton. His broomstick's right outside.
Merriweather, really?
Oh, I know how you feel, Clarence. I don't feel so good myself. You're right, Mr. Sexton. Let's break it up.
I'll leave you here. I have my car and an errand to do. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Good night.
Are you still quite satisfied, Merriweather, with your choice of a president for Ivy? Your Dr. Hall has just cost us $250,000.
And until I've heard his side of it, he's worth it to this school.
I shall tell him my side of it now. I'll find him wherever he is. It is amazing to me how a man who has worked as hard for his money as you have, Merriweather, can have so little idea of the value of it.
Well, you see, we've spent our time in different ways, Clarence. While you've been learning the value of it, I've been testing the use of it. And I think I've made a few people happy with it. But I do want to congratulate you, my boy.
Oh, what?
For the one person you've made happy, Clarence. Yourself. Good night.
Yeah?
Oh, Victoria, thank goodness you're back.
But why couldn't you get anyone?
Look what Hopalong Cassidy did to the telephone.
Oh, how awful.
How's Mrs. Quincannon?
Oh, she's doing well, I think. When I inquired of her condition just before I left the hospital, the nurse said, we expect to pull through nicely.
Yes, it's remarkable, isn't it? No matter how badly off the patient is, the hospital always pulls through.
Never heard of a single case where a patient lost the hospital.
Vicky, Mr. Wellman just left here. I'm afraid that I'll never be able to convince him that this evening's unexpected turn was not a deliberate and diabolical plot on my part to overthrow philanthropists.
Oh, Toddy, what did that horrible old...
Vicky...
say?
Well, among other less delicate accusations, I am rude, selfish, and unappreciative. I will probably be asked to turn in my doctorate before cockcrow, collect my pay, and hit the road.
Surely after you explained why even Mr. Wellman could understand.
Victoria, if you boiled the shadow of a pigeon that had died from starvation, you would have a broth that is far richer than Mr. Wellman's understanding. Now, I gather that Mr. Sexton shares Wellman's opinion of me.
I can't believe that from such a generous man.
Ah, my dear, one of the first things you learn in dealing with philanthropists, old or new, is that a generous hand isn't always indicative of a generous nature.
Yes, I know. Oh, I almost forgot. The children.
Oh, don't worry. I handled them with dispatch, even aplomb.
It's very quiet, William. You didn't use violence.
No, certainly not. No, after Hopalong had stormed the Alamo, I read to them. Oh, there were a few tense moments over the selection of reading material. Quincannon the Smaller, for instance, held out for the collected works of A.A. Milne.
Oh, no.
Yes, have you ever stood before an audience of 3 critical children and recited Christopher Robin goes hoppity, 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 hop?
You didn't.
I did. At the end of my rendition, Quincannon the Larger said, and I quote, "That stinks." End quote. Well, I'm afraid I agreed with him without reservation. At any rate, the final choice of comic reading material was left to me.
What was your choice, Uncle William?
A compendium of the satires of Aristophanes.
Aristophanes? Oh, is that your idea of a comic book?
Quincannon the Younger's question exactly. Victoria, Aristophanes was the very greatest of all the Greek comic writers.
I know.
Not only that, but when read aloud, his works have a sedative effect that is phenomenal. Less than 10 minutes after I started, 2 of the 3 children had wandered off to sleep.
William, you're wonderful.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
It's nothing. It's the best idea I've heard in ages. Would you care to commercialize your talent?
Oh, I much prefer to rest on my laurels.
Oh, what a shame. Hardy?
What is it?
Was that little boy peeping around the window chair?
Oh, he's the one even Aristophanes couldn't put to sleep.
Oh, isn't he a little love? Who'd he belong to?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be in the least surprised to find that he holds a card in the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elves. Vicky, have you noticed anything peculiar about me? I mean, my face is of average appearance. I don't classify it as handsome, yet I don't honestly feel that it would cause a startled reaction.
Now, what on earth is this all about?
It's that child.
What, a little bit of a boy? Oh, really? What'd he do?
Not a thing. That's just it. For the past 30 minutes, that youngster has sat there, not moving, not saying a word, just staring at me.
Well?
Now, have you ever had a small child fasten unwavering eyes on you? It ruins you.
Oh, overwrought. But it's disappointment over the endowment.
Oh, no, I'm not overwrought. I would rather face a lion in his den than the silent, unblinking stare of one small child.
No, the poor lamb. It's the one who can see you tall. Look, his eyes are glazed with sleep.
Well, that isn't my fault. I've ordered him to find a bed innumerable times. He paid absolutely no attention to anything I said. Every time I... But, Vicky, do my eyes deceive me? Or is that little boy actually coming towards me? What's he going to do?
Oh, look, he wants to get in your lap.
Well...
Help him, dear. Lift him up.
Well, I very well. There you are, young fellow. Up you go.
Don't look so alarmed, darling. You won't hurt you.
Oh, Victoria, please give me credit for at least a minimum of intelligence in regard to... now, what do I do?
Well, you have to do anything.
Well...
He's untalkative, isn't he?
Admirably so. Ah, how peaceful it is now. I was thinking...
Of what, dear?
My speech. The one I didn't give in acceptance of the foundation Ivy didn't get. It was a nice speech. Mr. Sexton, it is with great humility that I accept this award in behalf of... And in conclusion, sir, I thank you. Not for myself, although my appreciation is unlimited. Not even for the students who will benefit by your generosity. Their success will be your thanks. But for the very young, the small child like the one here on my lap, who will have the opportunity to grow up in a better world because of men like you.
No, Toddy. It's too sad Mr. Sexton couldn't have heard that. It was magnificent.
Yes, Dr. Hall, it was.
Well, thank you.
And I believe this is the first time I've ever given an endowment after an acceptance speech. But here you are, Doctor. Please accept my certified check.
Thank you, but You'll have to excuse me, sir, but I'm a little confused.
And I'm a bit tardy in introducing myself. My name is Sexton, Tobias Sexton.
Oh.
How do you do, Mr. Sexton? This is my wife.
How do you do, Mr. Sexton?
What brings you to the Quincannons, Mr. Sexton?
I came to pick up my son. I must confess that I never expected to find you as a babysitter, Doctor. But it gives me a nice, warm feeling.
Well, I don't mind telling you, I felt a little warm myself the earlier part of this evening. Not so much because of the predicament in which I found myself, but, well, because I regretted what must have seemed to you appalling rudeness. Did you say you came to pick up your son?
Yes. Mrs. Quincannon kindly offered to have her nurse take care of George for me during the meeting.
George? Oh, George A. Sexton, but of course.
I think I needn't have hurried back. He looks quite comfortable there on your lap, Doctor. That's most unusual. He's very shy.
Oh, you're George Sexton, little fellow. You've taken quite strongly to my husband, haven't you?
So have I, Mrs. Hall. Doctor, I hereby withdraw all the things I thought about you this evening when you didn't show up. It occurs to me again that there are some things that money can't buy.
Yes, there is a point where purchasing power stops.
You can't buy appreciation. You can't buy the tradition that exists here at Ivy.
No, but they can be given to you through your son. He'll be at Ivy, of course.
No, Doctor, I have other plans for George. He'll do all right, but he'll never go to Ivy.
Not coming to Ivy? But surely you want your son.
It's a good school.
I know that, Mrs. Hall. It's a fine school, but, well, there are other things that money can't buy. And I've spent thousands of dollars trying to buy them.
What things do you mean?
Hearing and speech, Dr. Hall. You see, George was born without speech or hearing.
Mr. Sexton, what you've done today will, I think, speak for him. And he'll hear it in his heart for the rest of his life.
Curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Willard Waterman, Herbert Butterfield, Charles Seal, Johnny McGovern, Jeffrey Silver, Herbert Vigran, and Gene Vanderpyle. Tonight's script was written by Cameron Blake and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Coming up, it's The Great Gildersleeve on NBC.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the smell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Bent Orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I'm Looking Over a Four-Leaf Clover.
I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I bore. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain, third is the roses that grow in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. Over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain, third in the lane, remaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than our Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you know, the whole town of Weaverville, there's no one quite like our young hero, Dennis Day. And most of the town is grateful for it. But Dennis can be happy or sad just like the rest of us, and today it's distinctly the latter. It seems that the local radio station is moving to another city, and with it will go all of our hero's favorite programs. Not even his girlfriend Mildred seems able to chase his gloom at this dire news.
You don't understand what this means, Mildred. How can I face the morning without Ma and Pa Peterson, without the story of Myra Wilson or David Driscoll, Boy Powers model?
Well, they're only morning cereals, Dennis.
But they're so real to me. You take Monica Popufnik's Passion at 9:30. Honestly, if that station goes off the air before I find out whether Monica's boyfriend gets his divorce, I don't know what I'll do.
Well, the station will be on the air for another week.
Yeah, but her boyfriend is a Turkish sultan. It may take years before he gets rid of the whole crowd.
Oh, I see.
Gosh, last week he told her he couldn't live without her. And you know something? He nearly didn't. He slashed all his veins, took poison, and jumped off a 10-story building.
Oh, my golly.
Yeah, he was laid up for 3 installments.
Dennis, you're taking this too seriously. Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Well, what's the matter? Trouble again, Dennis?
Yes, sir. There's an item in this morning's paper that says that WEAZ is going off the air.
WEAZ? No, don't say that.
Oh, do you like to sob your way to work every morning, too?
Well, it isn't that, Dennis. It's something far more important. In fact, it may be a matter of my life or death.
Your death? Oh, now, Mr. Anderson, it couldn't be.
Well, wait till you hear. You see, my wife...
Oh, she's involved. I guess I was wrong.
I'm afraid so. A few years ago, I bought $100 worth of stock in WEAZ without telling Poopsie about it.
You acted without orders from the bridge?
Yes, the salesman told me it was a great opportunity for a fearless man. And I, for a moment, forgot who he was talking to.
Golly. And now when this radio station goes broke, she'll find out you lost the whole 100.
Exactly. Well, farewell, children.
Well, Daddy, you're not going away.
Not far, only about 6 feet straight down.
Now, wait a minute. There might be a way to keep WEAZ on the air at that.
Huh?
Suppose we got up a petition and had everyone in town sign it, pledging their support to the station. Then the advertisers would be glad to keep their programs going and even buy more.
Say, Mildred, that's wonderful.
And I think it'll work, too. A petition. The very thing.
Then let's get busy. Dennis, you take the south side of town, and I'll take the north. And remember, get those signatures.
Boy, I'll say I will. Do you think I want to miss hearing just plain old Sam being committed to an institution or Mary McCord's children die off slowly one by one? I'm entitled to some happiness out of life.
Yes?
How do you do, madam? I have a petition here. I'd like you to...
What, again? Petitions and polls. Polls and petitions. That's all I get these days. They're coming out of my ears.
But all I want...
I'm in the bathtub. All of a sudden, boop, the telephone rings. What program am I listening to? I'm washing my back, and they want to know who sponsors it.
But, madam,
I get back in the tub, and boop, there it is again. Do I want a Republican in, or do I want a Democrat in? I don't want anybody in. I'm taking a bath.
Yes, but you see,
Every time I get into the tub, the same darn thing. Questions, 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 until I can't see straight. What's a woman going to do?
Cross them up, change the day you bathe.
Ain't in the tub. What do I think of business? How would I combat inflation? Who knows from combating inflation?
But I just...
And now you come along to ask me some more questions. What is it this time? Why does my husband drink, I suppose?
Oh, no, ma'am. I can see why he... Wait a minute. I didn't mean it like that.
That'll be enough out of you wise guys. You can take your pole and go climbing.
Yes?
Well, hello there, my little man.
My dear chap, I'm not a man, and I'm most certainly not yours. Let's not be patronizing, shall we?
Oh. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, come, fellow. Speak up. What is it?
Well, do you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I might tune in one of those comedy programs occasionally, like Town Meeting of the Year or Chicago Roundtable.
How about the quiz kids?
Good heavens, no. I can't stand those 3-second pauses while they're thinking.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, anyway, there's a move on foot to deprive Weaverville of radio.
Good. I consider most of it unutterable garbage. And now, if you'll excuse me, good day. I'm in the midst of a little experiment in nuclear fission.
Yes, sir. I hope they're biting.
Again, George Simpson.
It's my house. I'll come home anytime I please.
Just try it, that's all.
Yeah, and what'll you do?
You'll see what I'll do. Oh, if I had known what you were like when I married you.
Ah, shut up! What do you want?
Would you be interested in signing a petition?
My mother at the door.
Why would your mother be at the door? She can fly right through the window on her broom.
Say one more crack about my mother, George Simpson, and you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Oh, yeah?
You heard me.
The radio station might close down.
I suppose your mother is a rose. Every time she sticks her big nose in this house, there's trouble.
At least she don't lie around in bed till noon every day like yours.
Oh, is that so? so.
You're darn right it's so.
Permanently.
My mother cooks a meal for us once in a while, doesn't she?
That's another thing I got against her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have nothing to listen to.
As far as I'm concerned, you can tell that old battle axe to stay home.
Oh, an old battle axe, is she? Well, I'll show you. Oh, Madam Weaze, not that. Don't throw that.
Ha! Missed me again. Now, what was it you wanted, Bud?
Nothing anymore. That was your radio she just threw at you.
Oh, Dennis, this is wonderful. Over 400 names on your petition. Must have taken you hours.
No, I got them all in a few minutes.
The whole 400?
Sure, it was a cinch once I got to the cemetery.
The cemetery? You mean you copied them off the tombstone?
Why not? I figure if our mayor lets them vote every year, they can sign a petition.
But didn't you get any living people to sign it?
No, that's the one type of person I was unsuccessful with.
Oh, my golly, and I only got 2 names myself. Well, what are we going to do?
Well, your father just told me it's too late to do anything now anyway. All the actors have quit the station. They couldn't go on the air if they wanted to.
All right. Then we'll be actors.
Huh?
We'll work for nothing just so the station can stay on and maybe attract some business.
Us? You and me?
Sure. You're talented. Why, you can talk in dozens of languages. I've heard you.
Yeah, but there's one slight drawback.
What?
I never know what I'm saying.
What of it?
Yeah, who can tell? In radio, that might even help.
Now, listen. I'm going to write a script for us. A playlist. I'll write it so it'll show off those wonderful foreign accents of yours. Mr. Thompson will be so impressed with you, he'll keep his station on the air.
Well, gee, Mildred.
Oh, please, Dennis. Think how badly Daddy will feel if he has to confess to Mother that he lost that $100.
I doubt if he'd feel anything after the first few blows, but... Okay, we'll try it.
Good boy.
Gosh, Mildred, shouldn't we have rehearsed? I haven't even seen the script yet.
Well, there wasn't time, Dennis. Besides, they often do it this way in radio.
Oh, yeah? It does sound like it sometimes, but I don't know.
Come on, we haven't much time. Mr. Thompson?
Yes?
I'm Mildred Anderson. I just phoned you for an appointment. And this is Dennis Day here.
Where? Oh, behind your skirts. Well, what is this all about, Miss Anderson?
Mr. Thompson, we think we can help you. I've written a script and we're going to play it together. I do just one little bit of a character, but Dennis has a dozen foreign language roles.
Yes, but Miss Anderson...
All we want you to do is listen. Now, the first one's French. A scene in Paris. A young man and a girl terribly in love. The girl speaks. Oh, my darling, how wonderful it is to have you back again. To feel the dear nearness of you. To touch your hands, your lips, your eyes. Do you feel the same about me, Pierre? Tell me, my dear one, do you?
Oui.
Now, the next one's in Russia. Commissar Dubrovnik has just been asked to take over the Red Army in Siberia. It will be cold, bitter cold. And the duty will be arduous. Still, it's the Premier himself who has asked him to do it. There's a hush as Commissar Dubrovnik makes his...
Oh, now, really, he should say more than that.
In Russia?
That's right. Now we're in Spain, the court of Queen Isabella. A humble sailor stands before Her Majesty as she asks him to find a new route to the gold of the Indies. Can he do it? She holds her breath as he says,
Si, senor, I think.
Now, see here, this is preposterous.
Oh, wait a minute. I've still got a mashu and a hockey sport and a hakmanish kanchanik.
I don't care to hear them.
Oh, but Mr. Thompson...
Miss Anderson, I'm not interested in actors and plays. All my dramatic shows were sustaining anyway. The only thing that kept me in business here was my disc jockey program.
Your disc jockey program?
Yes. Chuck Stewart and his make-believe bedlam. He had all our sponsors, and he's left us.
Oh, then find another disc jockey.
Where?
How do?
Him? Impossible. Besides, the record library belonged to Chuck Stewart, and he took it with him.
Oh, we have a whole cabinet full of records home. And if you have requests for some singer we haven't got, Dennis can imitate him.
Imitate him?
Sure. We'll just use a record without a vocal for background.
You mean he could actually? Oh, but that's ridiculous. Preposterous. Still, No, that's crazy. Why? What harm can it do now? By George, that's true. All right, young man, report to me the first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir. Gee, you sure are putty in your hands, aren't you?
Oh, why did I talk myself into doing this thing anyway? It's just fantastic.
Now, don't worry about a thing, Mr. Thompson. We'll put it across for you, won't we, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, you just bet we will. I've written all the commercials myself, and I know Dennis can handle the music.
Well, I hope so. You're sure you're familiar with the disc jockey type of program?
Naturally. You don't think I do my housework in silence, do you?
Well, if we fail, I'll be the laughing... Oh, my gosh. There goes the light. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Well, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dennis the Discer bringing you the latest and best in modern recordings as per your request on our make-believe bedlam. We'll be back in a moment with the first batch of requests. But first, here's a few words from Herbie Anderson about the Jiffy Razor, who sponsors the first minute and a quarter of our program.
Friends, is your beard tough, wiry, and bristly? Especially you men. A tender skin is almost always the cause of your shaving difficulty. The Jiffy Razor will remove it instantly. Remember that the next time you buy a razor.
Thank you, Herbert's request. Here is Blaine in Middletown, the Weaverville Hockey Side High, and the Girdle Girls of Moose Rapid and Red Eagle doing Temptation. Haven't got any of them, but here we go anyway.
Here we go. Oh, tell me, will you, darling, why you look so bad tonight? They bags around your eyeballs, but you red instead of white.
The way you came, shucks, I should have known that you were temptation. You smile, leering me on. Mine calls you temptation. It'd be thrilling if you're willing, but if it never can be, then pity for me, 'cause you was too far to be kissed. I couldn't resist, 'cause you was temptation. And I was yours. Here's my heart. You take it away. You take it away and say that we will never, never, never part. I'm just a slave, just a dead burn slave. I'm going with you. I'm gonna rip my slave. Up in there. That was swell, Joe. And now, a brief message.
The thrill of a lifetime is coming your way. Humphrey Go-Kart in Blood is Gore at the Bijou Theater.
When an ex-convict shoots 8 men in cold blood, will the girl he loves lose respect for him?
See Blood is Gore and find out. Filled with pulse-quickening action. Stirring love. Heartwarming laughter. At the Bijou soon.
And now, friends, here's a request from Mrs. George Bachman of Middletown. Mrs. Bachman writes, tonight is my 10th wedding anniversary, and I know my husband is just crazy about Nelson Eddy's version of Please Play Jean Sablon singing Je t'envie. We'll be happy to, Mrs.
J'attendrai le jour et la nuit. J'attendrai toujours ton retour. J'attendrai qu'à l'oiseau qui s'enfuit vient chercher l'oubli dans son nid. Le temps passe et que en battant dans ma cœur des
shorter than he is. Do you feel tall, gangly, uncomfortable because your boyfriend is shorter than you are? Then buy a pair of Lester shoes today. Lester shoes have the specially built-in electric drill heel. Makes you sink 3 to 4 inches into the pavement with every step. Now you can go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just about one more number. And we have a whole host of requests here for a song called I Don't Care. Eva Tangway made this song famous, but the record is an imitation by Beatrice K. And since we don't have this... Well, anyway, what you're going to get is here's I Don't Care.
I don't care. I don't care what they may think of me. I'm happy-go-lucky. Men say I'm plucky, so jolly and carefree. I don't care. I don't care if I do get the mean and stony stare. If I'm never successful, it won't be distressful, 'cause I don't care. I don't care. Oh, I don't care if people gonna try to treat me fair. My voice may sound funny, but it's getting me the money. 'Cause I don't care. I don't care. No, sir. I don't care. I don't care.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up Make-Believe Bedlam until the same time tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.
Day, that was sensational. The switchboard's been going ever since you went on the air. All my sponsors want to come back. You've saved my station.
Wow. Boy, do you hear that, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, shucks. I could have told you it would happen. Talent is talent, and I just happen to have it, that's all.
I can never repay you fellows. It came off perfectly.
Yeah, and we didn't have any of the records that were requested either. Boy, I sure was lucky with those requests.
Lucky? What do you mean?
I have a feeling that if someone had asked for the Andrews Sisters, I'd have been in trouble.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Passing Fancy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
The incomparable voice of Dennis Day, the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra, and the beautiful ballad, Passing Fancy, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
This is not a passing fancy. This is love.
Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Cold You Clean Your Teeth and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night, everyone.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Vance Conreed, Alan Reed, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hiya, folks.
Conclusive proof that a young swain has fallen in love with his lady fair is when he begins to see in her the close features of his family. For instance, in the little town where Mel Blanc lives, we hear Henry Adams saying to his girlfriend Susan,
"Gosh, Susan, you're awfully pretty. You look just like my sister."
And in another part of town, Roy Davis is saying to his girl,
"You know, Shirley, you're lovely. You look just as my mother did when she was your age."
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc is sitting with his girlfriend Betty, Mel is saying,
"Gosh, Betty, you're very pretty. You look just like my uncle."
Last week, Mel, in an attempt to save the Colby family from eviction, pretended he was a Viennese doctor. However, the plan didn't work, and now we find Mel and Betty in Mel's Fix-It shop talking about the incident.
"Gosh, everything was going fine, too.
Until the other doctor asked you where you studied.
Yeah, and all I could think of was Prinuvite Fluten Gluten Salzburg.
If only you hadn't said Prinuvite and Fluten Gluten.
Can you imagine that guy never heard of a place called Salzburg? Oh, by the way, Betty, I got a circular in the mail that your father might be interested in. Here it is.
Oh, prefabricated housing. What does it say?
Buy the Cracker Jack prefabricated house. Small, inconvenient, and poorly constructed. This is the ideal type of housing for veterans.
It's all right for you to joke, but Father and I'll be living out in the street if something doesn't happen. Or maybe even a cellar.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's wonderful, living in a cellar?
Sure, your father's always throwing me down the steps. Now let's see him try and throw me up.
Mel, stop talking like that. You know Papa's beginning to like you. Why, just last night I heard him say, "Mel, you can hang around the house all you want to."
Yeah, but you didn't see him pointing to the rafter. Speaking of the... here comes your father now.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Mel Blanc, you idiot.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
I gave you a cash register to fix for my supermarket, and what did you do?
Oh, I meant to ask you, Mr. Colby. I'm missing a few parts from an old slot machine.
I know that, you nincompoop. This morning my cashier tried to ring up $1.20.
Well, what happened?
He got 3 cherries straight across.
Gee, that's too bad.
That's terrible. The next customer hit the jackpot. Oh, but I can't be angry today. The bank is giving me a big loan. I'll be able to buy our house and we won't be evicted.
Father, that's wonderful.
Yes, that is, if everything goes well when Banker Grimes comes to the house tonight. I think I can impress Banker Grimes, and Betty can make a good impression on him, and you, Mel, can make a good impression, too.
You really think so, Mr. Colby?
Yes, on the sidewalk if you don't stay away from my house.
All right, Mr. Colby, I can take a hint, and I won't... Hey, wait a minute. Banker Grimes is a very social man. He'd be very impressed if you had some rich foreign relatives.
I don't have any rich foreign relatives.
You do now. I'm a good actor. I can do it.
Huh?
I'll be your rich foreign relative.
You mean you...
You want the house?
Well, yeah.
Or you want to live in the street?
That's a deal. Well, Mel, that's what I call quick thinking. I'll do anything to get that loan.
Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Professor Potchnick. Oh, hello, Professor Potchnick.
Hello. Well, if it ain't my four best friends, Mel, Betty, and Mr. Colby.
Professor Potchnick, that's only three.
What am I, an enemy?
Well, we have to go, Professor Potchnick. Nice to have seen you. Come on, Betty. See you at 9, cousin.
Mel, why are you looking so down-faced for? Why?
Oh, I'm always talking out of turn. Professor, I'm afraid I promised Mr. Colby the impossible.
Mal, there is no such word in the dictionary like impossible. Impossible, that's a bad word. Forget it. Could be, that is a word. Que, u, la, de, be, e. Could be.
Oh, but this is really impossible.
I just told you there is no such word. You couldn't use it. Don't even think about the impossible. Now, what is the trouble?
Well, I'm going to help Mr. Colby get a loan from Banker Grimes, so I got to make believe I'm some foreign relative who is rich and high class.
That is impossible. However, under Professor Potchnick's dramatic course, the impossible becomes could be. Now, I have 2 courses of teaching. The first is in 10 easy lessons.
And the other course?
1 hard lesson. We try the hard one. Now, first we are impersonating a tough guy. You will listen, wise guy, see? From whom you getting your vodka, from whom, see? Now you do it.
Okay.
Give a listen, wise guy, see? From whom you're getting your vodka, from whom, see? That's perfect. Now we try another type, the Western type.
Western?
Yes. Coming here, Tex, you all. I'm a reckoning the hanker to fixing up that whole corral. Even yippee hi of a home on the gas rail. Take it, Pod. Pod. Mel, that's you. Pod is Western talk for rustler.
Oh, all right.
Coming here, Tex, you all.
Oh, wait a minute, Professor. This is all American.
Well, frankly, Mel, on farmers I am not so good. But for you, I am trying. Now, make believe you are a count. The first thing you do is bow from the waist. Bow from the waist. Bow from the waist.
I hope I do all right. Bow from the waist. I can't wait till tonight. A wow from the bass. A booster from the waist.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Girls won't go out with a certain chap. A breath of trouble's his handicap. And as so often happens, the victim does not suspect that he has this breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. Don't let it happen to you. Make it a daily must to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra with My Pretty Girl.
I'm always dreaming of you. My pretty girl, my darling, how I love you. Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. Oh, my pretty girl,
Please give me just one kiss, one sweet kiss you won't miss. For your kiss brings such bliss to my lonely heart. My pretty girl, I'm always dreaming of you. My pretty girl, my darling, how I love you. Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. Oh, my pretty girl. There's a young lovesick lad so in love with a pretty miss. When his arms hold her charms, he begins to sing words like this.
Oh, my pretty girl, my head's a whirl. You're sweeter than molasses.
Oh, you flatter me, but can't you see you should be wearing glasses?
Love is blind, but you're so divine, dear.
You're handing me your mind, dear.
The words that will make you mine, dear.
Open the door, Richard!
Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. You're my pretty girl.
Well, back to Mel Blanc again. To help Mr. Colby obtain a loan, Mel has promised to impersonate some rich foreign relatives, thereby hoping to impress banker Grimes. Mel has left the fix-it shop to get the costumes he'll need. Meanwhile, the shop is in charge of his assistant, Zookie, who is now fixing a radio.
Gee, what a big radio. And it must be at least 9 to 2 8 to 2 6 to 2 Crystal said. Oh, gee, it's got an automatic record automatic record It plays one record at a time. Now let me see.
Suki, stay away from that radio. Look, Suki, help me get into this costume. Uh-oh. It's Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel.
Well, greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. What's the matter, mighty potentate? You look like you haven't slept a wink.
Well, Mel, last night I had a terrible nightmare for 4 hours.
And then you woke up?
No, then I went to sleep. My wife turned on the other side. Yeah, the way that woman snores. Sounds like the last dregs of a seltzer bottle. Now I know why Richard won't open that door.
Why don't you try using a clothespin?
I did, Mel, but I couldn't squeeze her neck into that little opening.
Say, how'd you ever come to meet your wife, mighty potentate?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel, it was a blind date. I'll never forget the first thing I said when I first saw her.
What was that? I get it. She was a scream, huh? Well, wasn't she insulted when you did that?
Oh, no. She'd been out on blind dates before. In fact, with her, a groan was a compliment.
You still didn't have to marry her, did you?
Well, Mel, it was a rebound thing, you see? And I adore you. Gwendolyn, you're my dream girl. Gwendolyn, I'm mad about you. But she left me because of one slight mistake.
What was that?
Her name was Emma. Well, I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
No, I know just how you feel, mighty potentate. If I don't help Mr. Colby impress banker Grimes tonight, the Colbys may move and I may lose Betty.
Lucky boy.
Well, don't joke, Mr. Cushing. Would you want to be single all your life?
Ha! Well, I've got to be going now. I hope everything turns out all right at the Colby house.
Well, thanks. Where are you going?
Well, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see Duel in the Sun, or I can go home and fight in the shade.
Well, have a good time at the movies. Well, goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
So long, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, now to get over to the Colby house with these costumes. Gosh, it's going to be quite a job impersonating a bunch of rich foreign relatives.
Well, Betty, everything's going along fine.
Yes, Father, and Mel should be here any minute.
And if he does a good job with that foreign relative stuff, it should cinch the deal.
Oh, leave it to Mel, Father.
Well, Mr. Grimes, did you enjoy the dinner?
Ah, it was delicious. Of course, you didn't have to go to the trouble of baking a cake and having the icing spell out $8,000. I got the point when the alphabet soup spelled out police.
Yes. Now, about the loan, Mr. Grimes. Have a cigar.
Well, now, Mr. Colby, I think the loan will go through.
A cigar? Take the whole box.
Well, there's just one point that we have to clear up.
Well, go on, have a cigar.
But I think we can overcome the point and get your hands up that fast. The question I want to ask you, Mr. Colby, is, do you intend to take a trip outside the country?
Why, no. What makes you ask that?
Well, now, we had an unfortunate experience. We made a $10,000 loan to a handkerchief manufacturer. Now, we don't know whether or not it was the nature of the business.
Why, what happened?
In 6 months, he blew.
He blew.
Industry joke. Seems that he had a cousin in Ecuador, and now that's where he absconded. Now, I hope you don't have any relatives outside the country.
Oh, no, of course not. Bonsoir, Cousin Cole. It's got the French dry cleaners. Now, about the loan, Mr. Grimes.
I'll open it this time.
I kiss you on both cheeks. You stop that. Oh, excuse me.
What's going on here?
I am Monsieur Colby's cousin.
His cousin?
Oui. Cousin Colby, when are you coming to visit with us? We are dying to see you. Cousin Colby, talk to me. Cousin Colby, stop sharpening that razor.
Pardon me, what part of France are you from?
London.
London is in England.
Madrid?
Madrid is in Spain.
Where is Pomona?
Are you sure that you are a Frenchman?
Oh, you do not believe me. I show you. I roll up my pants leg. Voila, what you see.
A garter.
What it says on the garter?
Paris.
That proves I am a Frenchman.
Well, now, in that case, you'll surely understand what I'm saying. Je ne sais quoi, voulez-vous, parlez-vous, vous français?
Well, goodbye, Cousin Colby. The boat is leaving.
Miss Colby, I don't like this. I thought you had no relatives outside the country.
Now, Mr. Grimes, I can explain everything. Please excuse me just a minute. Oh, Betty.
Yes, Father.
Betty, we can't tell Mr. Grimes we've tried to deceive him, but we must stop Mel.
Oh, I'll try, Father.
Is this where Senor Colby lives?
Well,
I have no relatives in South America.
Oh, but Cousin Colby, remember what we made up. I mean, how our family's made up.
Pardon me, are you one of Mr. Colby's South American relatives?
You see, I am a very rich bullfighter. I remember the last fight. We were in the middle of the arena. I look at the bull look at me. I look at the bull look at me. I look at the bull look at me. You want to know something? The bull is better looking than me.
What part of South America are you from?
Colombia.
What part of Colombia?
Eastern Colombia.
Whereabouts?
Broadway at night. Cousin Colby, I know you haven't seen me in 10 years, but put me down.
All right.
First take me back inside the window.
Colby, is that a way to treat a relative of yours? Now I want to talk to him. Sit him down, wine him, and dine him.
I think I go now.
Why?
You said wine me, dine me. Cousin Colby looks like he wants to shave me. So long.
Colby, there's something highly irregular about this.
Now, please, Mr. Grimes, have a cigar. I never saw these relatives before.
What did you say, Mr. Colby?
You should have a relative. I never saw these cigars before.
Товарищ Colby, Granny Streptovirus, Latuka, Spokojnie, Prozdoye, and regards from Uncle Patrick.
Another relative?
That's right, kiddo. I haven't seen Uncle Colby for 10 years. Let's eat.
You haven't seen him for 10 years, and the first thing you want to do is eat?
That's right. Borscht is thicker than blood.
Now, you interest me very much. I've always wanted to obtain the first-hand information about the USSR.
USSR? Oh, I get it. That's Russia spelled backwards.
I've always been very interested in the Russian experiment.
What do you mean, experiment? I had a mother and father just like you did.
Yes. Now, just what did you do in Russia?
Me? I'm the greatest actor in Moscow. I play gangster parts. Listen. Give a listen, wise guy, see? From whom you getting your vodka from whom, huh? See? Whom? Huh? Whom?
Oh, I was wonderful. Our great critic, Yasha Fiddler, he gave me the highest award. 4 Bolgas and a boatman.
Now, this has gone far enough, Mr. Colby. And what I've seen tonight is enough. You're not getting any loan from my bank.
Oh, then give me back my cigar.
And for making a fool out of me, I'm going to break every cigar in this box.
Did you hear that, Mr. Colby?
Yes, and for making a fool out of me, Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your box. So Banker Grimes gave Mr. Colby the loan, and now your girl Betty won't have to leave town. Mel, that's wonderful.
Yes, Professor Potchnick, for a minute I thought I was going to be killed.
Well, what saved you?
Well, Mr. Grimes turned out to be an amateur actor himself, and he enjoyed my performance.
A Potchnick pupil pleases people. And now, you want I should act out the gangster again, huh?
Yeah.
All right. You will listen, wise guy, see? From who you getting your vodka? From who, huh?
Fine. Well, is that what you wanted to learn, Mr. Grimes?
Yes, Mel. I'll see if I have it right. Give a listen, wise guy, see? From who you getting your vodka? From who, Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
It's tragic, but true, that a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, deprives many a girl of romance. Anyone can be a victim of unpleasing breath, even you. So it's important always to be on your guard against this social handicap. That's why we recommend this daily practice. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
And this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath of sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies, now more and more fats and oils are needed to make more and more of the things we need so badly. Your butcher pays you a high price for every pound of waste fat you take to him. So do fill it in and turn it in. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
isn't Hildegard, kiddies.
The makers of Tender Leaf Tea and Bluebonnet Margarine present The Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guest, Frank Sinatra. Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Tender Leaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And to the lady who sent me the anonymous fan letter, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, our victorious naval forces have been coming home on battleships, cruisers, and carriers. Tonight, another flat top has just arrived, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Kenny, I hope you are celebrating the fleet's return.
Oh, yes, Fred. Well, New York has gone all out to welcome the Navy.
Oh, I know. Last night, they had 80 men rocking the Astor Hotel to make the sailors feel at home who were sleeping there. And in that picture at Music Hall, you know, Weekend at the Waldorf, they took out Walter Pigeon and put in a seagull just for the Navy. Wish some of the Navy had come in to laugh at these jokes, you know.
Well, Steve, wasn't Jack Benny in the Navy, Fred?
Jack Benny in the Navy? Oh, that was before water was even invented. They had the H, but they were waiting for the two O's to come out of the ark in those days. You know that Benny is the only sailor I know who can get seasick looking at a bundle of wet wash? Benny was in the only naval engagement of the Civil War.
Oh, you mean the Monitor and the Merrimack?
Benny was on the Monitor. When the lookout yelled, "Ahoy! The Merrimack's astern," Benny said, "Have them sing something." You think it would have worked better with 4 chicks and a chuck? You know, if Benny was a sailor.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. You're just in time, Portland. Kenny and I were discussing the arrival of the Navy.
Oh, everybody's celebrating.
Oh, I know that.
Admiral Halsey was on Bob Hope's program last week.
Yes, Admiral Halsey is braver than I thought.
Do you know why Admiral Halsey came on at the end of Bob's program?
Well, why did Admiral Halsey come on at the end of the Bob Hope program?
He's a rear admiral.
All right, it's your joke. You enjoy it. Tell me, is your mother going to participate in the Navy Day festivities?
Mama's going to be in the parade of ships.
Oh, she's going as Hesperus the Hesperus, is she?
No, Mama's going to wear her new corset.
Her new corset, huh?
Mama's going as Old Ironside.
Oh. Say, I hope she doesn't carry the impersonation too far.
How?
Well, if your mother thinks she's Old Ironside, she may try to back into some dry dock and get scraped for barnacles. And speaking of barnacles, I wonder if everything is shipshape down in Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for them tonight?
Oh, you bet. You know, since gasoline rationing has ended, traffic congestion in the larger cities has become one of the nation's greatest problems. And so our question is, how is the traffic dilemma affecting you?
Shall we go?
As the two sticks said when they saw the tom-tom, let's beat it. It's so good to be back in Allen's Alley again, Portland. I wonder if the senator is in tonight. Let's see.
Somebody's bumped on my door.
Yes, Senator.
I represent the Solid South.
Well, I know
I loaned Mason and Dixon the chalk the day they drew the line.
Well,
Speak up, son. Out with it. Speak up. Up, that is.
Well, look.
You'll never get anywhere staying silent.
Well, if you
Don't try to be another Coolidge, son.
Look, Senator, tell me, how are traffic conditions in Washington?
We're investigating. Congressman Coffee is boiling.
Well...
Coffee's boiling. That's a joke, son. Pay attention, son. Be on your toes.
Well, I'm doing it.
Yeah, you keep missing them, son.
Well, Senator, look, the streets are filled with cars. What is the solution of the nation's traffic problem?
One-way traffic.
One-way traffic.
Yeah, Monday's all traffic traffic moves only to the east.
Yes.
Tuesdays, all traffic moves only to the west.
Yes.
Wednesdays, east. Thursdays, west.
Now, wait a minute, Senator. What about the north and south?
Son, that was settled by the Civil War.
Oh.
Yeah, well, so long. So long, that is.
I heard you through the keyhole, Senator. The senator dropped a picture of Jefferson Davis. Oh, well, I'll give it to him next Sunday. Now, let's see what happens here at this next door.
Howdy, Bub.
Well, Mr. Moody, you look a little tired tonight.
Yeah, I've been on the go all day.
Busy, huh?
Yeah, I'm working for a tree surgeon.
Tree surgeon?
I go around leaving Kleenex under weeping willows.
Not so messy a field that way, is it? Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you account for this traffic problem? So many automobiles.
It's progress, Bub.
Progress?
Yeah. Hoover said he'd put a car in every garage.
Yes?
Truman's got 2 cars parked in front of every house.
What do you think is causing the parking trouble, Mr. Moody?
Oh, it's the housing shortage.
The housing shortage, huh?
Yeah. Folks is living in garages and putting their cars out on the street.
Well, how are we going to cope with this traffic problem, Mr. Moody?
I'm a pedestrian.
And your solution is?
Every motorist should drop dead. So long, Bud.
Well, I think Mr. Moody ought to get in touch with the mayor or Campbell's or something. Now, let's try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Commissar Muzzletop?
Tell me, Mrs. N, are you concerned with the traffic problem?
Indubitably. If you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, naturally. Well, how are you concerned?
Well, every Friday I'm inviting all my relatives for a big fish dinner.
I see.
I'm calling downtown the Fulton Fish Market.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Fulton is driving uptown with 20 sturgeon.
Oh, the whole dinner is nothing but sturgeon, huh?
Well, the sturgeon I'm cooking all different kinds styles.
Oh, good.
Sturgeon a la king.
Yes.
Sturgeon cacciatore.
Oh,
also sturgeon fouillon.
Oriental.
Sturgeon burgers.
Sturgeon burgers. You have, with the dinner, you have dessert?
For dessert, I'm serving sturgeon a la mode.
Sturgeon went upstream in the sentence there. Sturgeon, you're serving sturgeon a la mode?
This is a baked sturgeon. On top is a cold sturgeon.
A la mode. Well, with this traffic congestion, Mr. Fulton can't drive up to the Bronx, can he?
It is impossible.
Well, how does he get your fish uptown?
Every Friday, Mr. Fulton downtown is throwing 20 sturgeon in the Hudson River.
Well, how do the 20 sturgeon find their way up to the Bronx?
Mr. Fulton is throwing in a herring and yelling, "Boys, follow him."
Well, that brings us to the last house in the alley.
Hello, we're here to say hello.
Just a minute, boys. Before you get into your theme song, tell me, have you written any new songs for us this week?
Have you heard? I put a blank check in my pajamas at night in case I have to buy that dream.
No.
Have you heard? My Irene's the village queen, but she's always taking Benzedrine.
No.
We also wrote a blues song.
Blues song? What is it called?
I got to walking up Fifth Avenue, crossing 59th Street, stepping over the gutter on my way uptown blues.
Now, look, boys, look. Look, tonight we happen to be mulling over the traffic problem.
We got just the song you want.
Traffic song? How does it go?
Here, Tim. If you're a motorist in New York, you can't drive your car a block. In the traffic you get jammed, and your rear end you get rammed. Don't just sit there at the wheel, looking like a big schlemiel. Take a tip from me, use the BMT, and sell your
if you'll step into the junior misses department, we'll meet the 5 DeMarco sisters. With Maestro Al Goodman at the baton, the DeMarco sing, the Atchison, Topeka, and the you-know-what.
Do you hear that whistle down the line? Bigger than a century number 49. He's the only one that'll sound that way on the exit big and Santa Fe. See the old smoke rising round the bend. Reconnecting on to gonna meet a friend. Folks around these parts get the time of day on the exit big and Santa Fe. Jimmy better get the rig. God lives past you pretty big. I live to the Browns Hotel. There's lots of them traveling for quite a spell. All the way from Fairland to Jaffa, on the exit big and Santa Fe. Better get that rig. It's your time to do the day. 'Cause they all want to live to the Browns Hotel. They got that God, the brightest spell. All the way from Fairlight, Jaffa, not the Chattanooga, Tuesday, not the B&O. The Pennsylvania section, no. On the edge of this big S-A-N-T-A, Santa Fe. All aboard, all aboard, all aboard.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a brisk report from Kenny Delmar.
There's an easy way to get more pleasure from tea, a more gracious way to enjoy it. That's in Tenderleaf tea balls. Modern, convenient, better in every way. Tenderleaf tea balls are first choice, the favorite of the American housewife. Yes, Mrs. America prefers Tenderleaf tea balls, and her standards are the highest in the world. The cup quality of your tea is of first importance. Its fragrance, flavor, and all-around goodness as you lift the cup to your lips. To provide that, Tenderleaf tea balls are made with famous-for-flavor Tenderleaf brand tea, always supremely delicious. The individual packets of tasteless filter paper add convenience, ease of handling, simplicity, and speed. When you want a cup of quick comfort in a hurry, just pop a Tenderleaf tea ball in your cup, zip in boiling water, and there's superb tea, quick comfort when you need it most. So for every good reason, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea ball.
Maestro Al Goodman has just played I Wish from the song I Wish I Knew. Mr. Goodman's band numbers have something in common with his horses. They never finish either. And now, say, Portland, will you put down the red herringbone carpet for our guest?
Who's coming tonight?
Well, we have a great surprise tonight, Portland. Last week, as you possibly read in the papers, a New York policeman made his first appearance as an opera star at the Civic Center. He was a great success. Now, tonight, we have another unknown singing sensation, John Charles Muckenfuss.
Does he work for the city, too?
Oh, yes, for many years. John Charles Muckenfuss is known as the singing street cleaner.
Well, where did you find him?
Well, I was going down to see that new picture, Guest Wife, at the Criterion. Claudette Colbert is in it, and Don Amici is also in the picture, and he doesn't invent anything. And I thought it might be a novelty to go in and see the picture. And as I arrived at the front of the theater, from behind a large can, I heard a beautiful voice. It was John Charles.
Oh, this must be Mr. Muckenfuss now.
Get ready. You take his broom and helmet, Portland.
Okay.
Come in.
Friends, is this the Tenderleaf tea program?
Yes.
Oh, it is? Oh, that's peachy. Then you must be Fred Allen?
Yes, that's true.
Well, if you're Fred Allen, you're just the man I want to see, and, well, I don't exactly want to see you either because you're not very pretty to look at.
Now, wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute, Bud. Who are you?
Well, I am Ursula Twing. Yes, Ursula Twing. And I am a lawyer.
You're a lawyer?
Yes. Do you want to feel my briefcase?
Well, no. I'll take your word for it.
I am am a lawyer, all right. And my last case was Dose versus the Acme Poultry Market.
The Acme Poultry?
No, it was... Yes, it was.
The Acme, all right.
It was, yeah. And my client, Mrs. Dose, was buying a live chicken, and after the chicken had been weighed, it laid an egg.
So what?
Well, the poultry market claimed the egg, and so I sued, and the court ruled caveat emptor, and so the egg was put back in the chicken.
The egg was put back. Well, all right, so the egg is back in the chicken. What has all this got to do with me?
Well, you're in grave trouble, Mr. A. Allen. Yeah, not exactly grave either, because I don't think it'll send you that far.
No.
But my client is suing.
Your client?
Yes, Charlie McCarthy. Tonight, you appeared on Edgar Bergen's program.
On the protest,
yes,
that's
I
true.
didn't. And you said...
This makes no sense, then.
No, it said... and you said too much, and you said some very nasty things about Charlie, and you've just driven that little boy into a tizzy.
Oh, I have, huh?
Yes, and you're a very bad boy.
Now, look here, Twing. You and Charlie McCarthy don't scare me. I'll fight this thing through to the Supreme Court. And if that doesn't work, I'll go right over Frankfurter's head, straight to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, you can, as far as I'm concerned, you can go straight to anywhere you want. But I was here to serve you with a subpoena.
A subpoena.
And if you had better, you are ordered to appear in court next Sunday, and you had better be there too, Smarty.
If you had anything left over from the other program, put it in here, you know. We can always... I'm supposed to appear in court, and what happens if I don't show up?
Well, if you don't show up, you know what happened to Pierre Laval? Boom, boom. Viva la Charlie McCarthy.
Really going to sue you, Mr.
Well,
Allen.
look at this summons here. It says trial will be held on this program next Sunday. Why, that little wooden runt, I ought to pull his legs off and make lollipop sticks out of them. I ought to go back over there again.
This must be John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street
Say,
cleaner.
it probably is. Come in. Well, who are you, son?
I'm Frank Sinatra.
I'm sorry I haven't time to talk now, son. I'm expecting John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street cleaner.
Well, Mr. Muckenfuss sent me over. See, he can't make it. He got an emergency call.
A street cleaner getting an emergency call?
On 10th Avenue. It was a rush job.
Yeah, here we are on the air, and our guest star is over on 10th Avenue performing a broomectomy.
Well, Mr. Allen, Mr. Muckenfuss said maybe I could take his place.
Well, I'm sorry, son. You know, this isn't one of those quiz programs where any schnook can come in off the street and take over the microphone. We only use stars.
Yes, sir.
It's nothing personal, you understand?
Oh, I understand, sir.
We can only use people with talent.
I have talent.
Really?
Yeah.
Who said so?
My mother.
Oh. Well, tell me, would you step just a little closer to the microphone, son, if you will?
I'm sorry. Is this all right?
Just a little farther back, if you will, please.
See, I don't seem to get the hang of it.
No, it's a little difficult. Have you been on the radio before, son?
Well, yes, I've been on once or twice.
Oh, really? What did you say your name was again?
Sinatra.
Sinatra. You're not related to Sam Sinatra.
No.
I used to know a Sam Sinatra up in New Rochelle. He was a glass blower in an optician's up there. If people came in with dirty glasses and couldn't see to get out of the store, Sam would blow on the glasses.
No, I don't know Sam. No, I don't know him. I'm Frank Sinatra.
You're Frank Sinatra. And you say you're in radio?
Yes, I'm on for Old Gold cigarettes.
Oh, are you the guy who squeezes the honey out of the apple on that program?
No, you see, I do the singing.
Frank Sinatra. Say, you weren't formerly with the Yacht Club, boy. I see a little brine on your lapel there.
No, I had sour pickle for lunch.
Oh, did you? You shouldn't eat pickles with those short arms, son. The dill drips on you.
See, I have the same trouble with sodas, you know. I have a short neck, and I can't reach the straws.
Oh, really? Well, how do you drink a soda?
I pour the soda out on the counter and lap it up.
Oh, it's good.
I lost that up.
I have short teeth. Every time I bite a hot dog, all I get is a mouthful of mustard.
You know, once I knew a guy with a short nose. He couldn't smell anything unless he put his face in it.
Oh, really? Well, this is all mighty, mighty interesting, Mr.
Sinatra.
Oh, Sinatra. Gosh, it's going to disappoint millions of music lovers. John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street cleaner, not here. I wonder how long he'll be over there on 10th Avenue.
He said it looked like a long session.
Long session, eh?
The cowboys from the rodeo are parading.
Muckenfuss may be tied up all night. Gad, and right here in the program, we're supposed to have a song.
I can sing a number, Mr. Allen.
Well, all right, son, we're stuck. You've got me over a barrel. What do you want to sing?
How about It Might As Well Be Spring?
All right, but don't drag it out, son.
I'll try my best.
Restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud, or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be
Frankie, I didn't even recognize you before. Why didn't you tell me? Gosh, how time flies. To think that I started you on your career.
Yeah, remember when I came to you for advice?
Oh, you wanted to know whether you should take up singing or open a haberdasher store in Kansas City.
Yeah, and you told me to stick to singing.
Ah, who knows? If you had opened that haberdasher store in Kansas City, today you might be president.
Oh, I couldn't be president, Fred. No? I can't play the piano.
Oh, that's it. Well, tell me, Frank, that singing you just did, is that the type of thing you're doing on the radio?
Yes. Don't you think my style has possibilities, Fred?
Yes, Frank, but you have to think of the future. You know you're not getting any younger, son. Mm-hmm. New boys are coming along. Perry Como, Dick Hames, Carmen Lombardo, Frank Munn, and the others.
I think I see what you mean, Fred. Where will I be 50 years from now?
That's probably what your insurance company would like to know. But if we're going to stay in radio, Frank, there's only one kind of a program we can do when we're old men.
Fred, you mean?
Hillbilly. Mm-hmm. Frank, hillbilly singers don't ripen until they're 80. I know. I've been in warm studios with...
But, Fred... Gee whiz, Sinatra hillbilly, after all.
Ah, don't worry, Frank. I can fix everything. I know the king of the hillbillies, Zeke Manor. I can see it all, Frankie. 50 years from now, 1995. We're broadcasting from a little 2-watt station in Nutley, New Jersey. You and I are standing there in our bare feet, With a fluffy hat, Zeke Manor steps to the microphone and says,
Howdy, folks. Zeke Mares and his happy hillbillies are on the air. Let her rip. Howdy, friends and neighbors. This is Zeke Manners and the whole gang. The Hoosier Coal Cart, the Coon Creek Choir, Uncle Zeb, Lily Bell, the Hokie Mountain Boys, and those hillbilly twins, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen. First, I want you to meet Lily Bell.
Yahoo! Howdy, folks. These shoes is killing me.
And here's the Coon Creek Choir. And here they be, them scarecrows fresh from the cornfields, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen.
Howdy, Pappy.
Well, howdy, Uncle Hezzy.
Tell me, Pappy, how many hairs onto a pig's face?
Next time we shave, count them. Uncle, tell me, what has 4 legs and flies?
A dead horse.
No, our table at dinner time. Well, folks, now that we've laughed ourselves sick, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen sing, Open Up Them Pearly Gates.
Listen here, all you sinners. If you want to get to heaven, better get down on your knees and pray.
All you gambling sinners, better quit saying 7-11. Get yourself prepared for Judgment Day.
Open up them pearly gates. Open up them pearly gates. Open up them pearly gates for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. When you hear that trumpet blast, I'll be coming home at last. Open up them pearly gates for me. Open up them gates. Open up them gates. Open up them gates for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. When you hear that trumpet blast, I'll be coming home at last. Open up them pearly gates for me.
And now, Kenny, for just a word or two.
Whatever concerns the family table is important to us all, and here's a good example. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all 3, flavor, nutrition, economy. Think of it, not just 1, not just 2. Bluebonnet Margarine gives you all 3. You get flavor, delicious flavor, so fresh, delicate, and country sweet that it makes other foods taste twice as good. You get nutrition, proved nutrition. Delicious Bluebonnet is a real food, approved by nutrition experts. Rich in food energy and in vitamin A, too. And there's economy in using Bluebonnet. It costs so little you can afford to spread. It's a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. That fact alone tells you its quality through and through. Remember, Bluebonnet is the margarine that gives all 3. Flavor, nutrition, economy. Ask for it tomorrow.
Thank you, Kenny. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest next week will be Edgar Bergen and the biggest court
This is the National Broadcasting.